What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, June 28th, 2025, and we are back at the Polderbaan. Parking baan once again being transformed to Polderbaan, and we are back at arrivals. There's a little bit of crosswind today. The wind is blowing with 12 to 14 knots approximately from the southwest. Means that the airplanes are crabbing ever so slightly. First airplane of the show, Ryanair Flight 420. And a warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night. Whatever time of day it may be for you. Welcome to everybody else who has joined already. Sander, goedemorgen. Jurk, good morning. Vashro Darshane, good morning. Bill J, good morning mate. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Ari, goedemorgen. Dino in the Tube, goedemorgen, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Edwin, goedemorgen. Peter Sta, goedemorgen. Babbers, goedemorgen, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, current status quo. We began the day with blue skies, mostly. Almost no clouds to be seen. Right now an area of cloudiness is drifting in from the west. This is on ground level where the wind is coming from. There's more dense clouds to the north. There are still bits of blue visible looking to the southeast mostly. But things are getting a little bit cloudy. If all is well, it should stay dry. I'm not expecting rain. Maybe 1 or 2 droplets, but nothing substantial if all is well. It's also not cool. It's around 20 degrees already. I'm out in a polo shirt and shorts. With wind here, I'm actually thinking maybe I should put on my vest. Luxury problems. This is KLM flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. And a warm welcome to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Marco, goedemorgen. Jay, good morning, or good night perhaps for you. Ronald, goedemorgen. Jaap, goedemorgen. Per, good morning my friend. Andre, guten morgen. Good to see you again. Bas, goedemorgen kerel. Albert, Paul, goedemorgen. Lars, goedemorgen. JM, good morning. Ducky's in the house. Ducky's in the house. So I think are these the ducklings, and have they grown a bit since it has been a while since we last were here? There were 4 ducklings, 3 typical female duck and 1 that was more dark, and I'm thinking here's one, the other one we already saw. Not sure where number 3 is, but could it be that those are the same ducks? Sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Hey there, Evasteria, good morning. Jero, Ramos, good morning. Geert, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen, good morning. Huey, Dewey and Louie, indeed, Albert. Jedi Plumber, good morning. Dion, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. Yeah, I think I am going to put on my vest quickly. With the breeze, it is a bit chilly with just a polo on. Please hold. Voiceover should also be back. Actually, I might find a better spot for it after this landing. Field access and back to autofocus, manual focus. Air Arabia Morocco. Arriving from Nador in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. Michael, good morning. Hi Ralph, goedemorgen. Gerard, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos, good evening. Huh? Mic's not working. That's weird. That's weird, the mic should be working. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Strange. DJI mic was on. Let me reposition the transmitter. Now the Sennheiser UHF set is underway. Not sure if we are going to be there to receive it. Since me and Lisa are going out to dinner tonight and the ETA of the delivery guy from DHL is right in the late afternoon, early evening. Of course I still have to dial things in, so I don't expect I shall be able to use my new Sennheiser lavalier mic and UHF wireless microphone transmitter set until next week. Air Canada flight 900. From Montreal. Right, let's listen in again. Something wrong with the microphone. Listening in with the earplugs then. Let's see what is going on here. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. I'm hearing everything normal. Oh, wait. That doesn't sound good. Check, check. 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 Seems to be working. Check, check. 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 Whoa. Let's try that again then. Okay, got rid of the earplugs. No idea what was going on. Sounds like everything is working again. Hopefully it's going to stay this way. Delta Airlines flight 56 just now landing here. Next up is going to be Transavia flight 5462. Arriving from Verona. 1 hour and 32 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Bravo is the registration. Vaguely visible at its 10 o'clock is the next airplane. That's an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Gatwick. Monzi, good morning. Doge YouTube asks, will you be going live tomorrow? If all is well, I should be going live again tomorrow. Klaas, good morning. Lars, good morning. Good morning to all others who have joined. In the meantime, you're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, which reopened again yesterday morning at 11 o'clock local time. If all is well, it should get more sunny as the day progresses. It's also going to get warmer. Right now it isn't already cold, 20 degrees C or so, but there's still a breeze. Temperatures are climbing in the next few days. Each day is going to be warmer than the previous one, with day highs after the weekend on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday well above 30 degrees nationally. Wolfgang, good to see you again, mate. Good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Jan, Dexus, and all others. Boreas, good to see you again, mate. Marcel, goedemorgen. Bit of crosswind landings. Well, we've got you covered, Vasro Darshine. Absolutely. It's not very windy, but there is a breeze from 240 degrees to 230 degrees. Causes airplanes to mildly crab. Good morning, Stan. And Andian is with Captain Eddie Boss. Good evening, Andian. It looks like there is a Qatar arriving from Doha, flying east of Lelystad. Dreamliner arriving from Johannesburg. That's interesting. Don't they usually fly 777s to and from Cape Town and Johannesburg? Ah, Anian is sleeping. Does look a little grim. That is mostly looking to the north. The north now has the darkest backdrop of clouds at above the horizon. So you're looking at the darkest bit in the sky here locally. It looks much more dark when zoomed in and just focused on the north than it actually is over here. Also, the sun is shining. Proof of that is the sunscreen that the first officer has out. This is looking to the east. And this is looking to the southeast, this is looking to the south, this is looking to the southwest. This is where the wind is coming from. Most of the cloudiness will be for the north of the country. Bill wonders if I have ground crew today. I don't have formal ground crew. I did meet with Thijs earlier, who has traveled all the way from Twente it was, wasn't it? Twente. Drenthe, even further away. Hogeveen. Of all the places in the Netherlands where you can travel from to Schiphol, that is probably one of the furthest away. Not too far away from Groningen. Groningen is a bit further away, but still. I'm not sure what is further away, Groningen or Maastricht from over here. Not sure. Maastricht probably a bit further. Yeah, could be. It's probably not very big. Not a very big difference. Now, we spoke earlier on the parking lot, said feel free to come around and have a look if you're up to it. So he is over here. So I am thinking that maybe the Dreamliner arriving from Johannesburg is going to be the first airplane to arrive over here. Qatar is also coming slowly but surely. Hey, John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Let's see how the widgets did it trigger something, the membership birthday, or did I disable it? Did you guys see anything? Did something happen just now? Not sure if it did, so John Dutch Canadian back in the chat and celebrating 8 months of membership. Love the stream, always on when I can be. Thank you so much for your continued support there, John. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on supplies, and let me see what I can do to fix it. Maria didn't see anything. Marcel also says nothing to be seen. Let me go to stream elements then. I did change the code of the widget again. I'm running 2 codes for 2 widgets. One from ChatGPT, the other from Cloud AI. Since I'm not a programmer, I have to trust AI to do it for me. They should be on. Okay, that's interesting. Have I accidentally disabled the stream elements overlay? No. Okay, well, let's see what happens. I do have 4 overlays, 2 widgets, membership birthdays and new memberships that I am trying to test. One written by ChatGPT, the other improved by Cloud AI. Nothing seems to be working on the membership birthday front, so let's see if that maybe improves. Oh, something did emerge, Marcel says. Okay, well, so there was a bit of a delay, or... Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Patience is a virtue. In the meantime, let's have a look at the weather. The scale of chimney smoke is over there. Marco Plaggenborg is celebrating 18 months of membership. Is there anything popping up? That doesn't seem to be the case. So let's do a manual orange pop-up there. Marco Plaggenborg is celebrating 18 months of membership. 1.5 years. Ga zo door, boy. Iedere keer weer genieten. Hatseflats. Yeah, how to translate that into English? Continue the way you are, boy. Every time it's enjoying again. Hatseflats, yeah, how to translate that? Don't think that there is a Dutch word, there's a proper translation for that. Looking at the wind, 13 knots, blowing from the west-southwest, VFR conditions, 13 knots. The wind is variable between 210 and 290. 10 kilometers of visibility, we don't have a ceiling. Few clouds at 1600 feet, relatively high pressure. Current runway use, normal for when the wind is blowing from the south. Bada bim, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, that could be a proper translation. Klaas says after 22 seconds of pop-up, that was probably me triggering manually. Orange pop-ups are from me, and the blue and green ones are from the automated widgets. They should pop up almost immediately. So I asked the AI to make the code better because membership widget was triggering when somebody was gifting memberships. Or no, it was a donation of, I think it was a super sticker or something. I think maybe now things have gotten too strict. That's okay. It's an iterative process. We'll get there. The Dreamliner arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa is flying over there. Gear is already down. It's turning in. KLM flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a 7879 Dreamliner in the clouds right now as we speak. Ah yeah, there it is. Carlo, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Valentijn, goedemorgen. Valentijn has to go again. See you later, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, Jörg. 42k. It's a sticking point. Yesterday I ended with 41k 970, and there's something psychological about round numbers. I ended the day with 50, so that meant 20 or so lost. Yesterday the stream only barely gathered more subscribers, so that we were above 42k and 20. And this morning I ended up with 42k and 12. It's a psychological sticking point. I've seen that before. 10k was also hard to breach. I'm pretty sure that as soon as there's 42.1k on the, if that's visible, it becomes a bit easier. Absolutely fascinating. I know that with trading, round numbers are psychological. It's interesting to see that it also happens with subscriber numbers. In the meantime, massive thank you to Carlo for your super sticker. Upside down face. Upside down. No, I'm thinking about all night long. But there is also a song with upside down, isn't there? 42k. That means that I have 1,000 times the answer to life, the universe and everything. Or at least I'd like to think that. Flapper on now up, part of the speed brake / spoiler system. When those spoilers go down, you will see that the flaperon will also once again go down and form a line with the flaps. Yep, there you see it. Qatar cargo arriving from Doha next. That is a 777 freighter. You heard some fireworks. That was courtesy of bird control over there. K1, the new Raptor Ranger Raptor. Threw a wave to the bird controller, who I thought was looking this way, but either I'm getting ignored or he wasn't looking. Hard to see. It's always hard to see where people who are wearing sunglasses are looking at. Where they are looking at. Okay. Qatar should not be too far away. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Good to see you again. I am not too sure about being at 50k that rapidly. It seems like we are back in slow crawl mode from yesterday onward. But there was a nice little boost, the NATO summit. Absolutely, it has to be said. Then again, what's it worth if they are only passers-by and don't form a part of your regular audience? I'd much rather have 30k subscribers but have a thousand viewers constantly from beginning till the end on each day that I am streaming than have 500 viewers during each stream and have 50k subscribers. Right, a 2 airplane glide slope shot. Where is Jerry? Call Jerry. This one's for him. The airplanes nicely next to one another. Well, only temporarily, of course. The airplane in the background, KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris. 737-900. Let's see, it seems that we are going to see a couple of narrow bodies, but KLM flight 644 is also not too far away. Yeah. It is crabbing, isn't it? You can clearly see. Hey, good morning. Jendrosek has arrived on the scene. Hoe is het, kerel?
Goed, hè?
Mooi, man.
Bijgekomen van al die navelstreken. Is Air One already here? Or...
Is Air Force One here? Is Air Force One here? Buffering. Uh-oh. Don't get too close to me, otherwise we'll get buffering. Oh, man. Yeah, so I have been looking into what was proposed yesterday in the chat, live view and all the other stuff. bloody expensive for it. For once in a couple of years event, maybe a bit overkill.
Maybe next time just yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't have good suggestions. Maybe limiting.
ChatGPT, for what it's worth, did say that maybe having a connection through Starlink could help. Could be worthwhile considering maybe at the time to just take a single month of data or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you need a terminal. That's it. And I think once you are, yeah, well, it depends if they upgrade the platform.
I had a look. The mini receiver is still a sizable thing, but then again, considering what I'm all carrying with me, shouldn't be a problem to bring it along. I do think I will need a second power supply then, because it also is very power consuming.
Yeah.
My current power.
You don't want to put all your stuff on one power supply.
No.
Because it can only have so much on its tip. And
Yep.
Then,
Yep.
it's done. So.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's something that I already was looking into on a couple of occasions, just to see what it entails. Should the channel ever grow big enough that it becomes viable to also go abroad, it is either you have to get new SIM cards each time you go abroad,
Yep.
or maybe Starlink would be a solution. Maybe at the time when we're there at that stage, things will have improved. Maybe have gotten cheaper. Maybe there'll be competition.
Yeah, but you only need to worry how to fit it to the camper van, right? To the RV.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Buy an RV. Maybe I should also buy an RV, a little van, and make a panorama rooftop on it.
Yeah.
Go stand in the field of horses.
Yeah.
Accidentally leave open the gate.
Free candy.
Free candy. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see. Is anything triggering? It doesn't seem to be. No, not happening. In that case, back to everything manually. So this time, now everything is too strict. Nothing is triggering on membership birthdays. So, Tom Schullemans, this one is manually triggered. Tom Schullemans is celebrating 14 months of membership back in the Netherlands. Now relaxing in the Aurora. I hope everything is still to your liking, mate. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. If we are running low on certain supplies, let me know and I'll put them on the groceries list. Wolfgang says, did you have prepaid data cards in the Netherlands so you can spread the connection to more networks by some special events? I did look into that. I did see that Lebara, which I'm not sure if it is very good. I did see when Googling that there are some offerings of prepaid data-only SIMs. I did buy a second modem already. I have a second spare modem lying around because back at P3 I was having issues and I thought maybe is the modem wearing out, so I do have a second modem. Could put a second SIM card in it and take that with me when it's expected to get busy. So that is definitely a possibility. I'm not sure if it is going to help during events such as Air Force One, where it's a number of people, yeah, and I think all
making use of the same platform, which in that area is not that.
Yeah.
Optimal.
Then again, iPhone streamer supposedly did not have any issues.
I was thinking, not sure, just thinking out loud, maybe, but your stream was started way earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Then if people come there,
yeah,
then I guess their connectivity is prioritized over an already existing.
Is that so? New connections being prioritized over old?
Oh yeah.
Is that so?
Oh, you can do a lot of things in this type of equipment.
Okay.
It's how you set it and what it does. But the area you were at, it's quite densely populated. There's not much there.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other side you have Schiphol. So it's a bit weird.
In the meantime, also a very good morning to all who have joined. I see that Bill J says check out Saily for a virtual sim. My daughter was using it while going to school in Nijmegen. Saily? Saily. S-E-S-A-I-L-Y. Never heard of that before. We'll look into that, Bill. Thank you for your tip. Lance also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well.
But
This is Croatia Airlines. GJ Foto, goedemorgen. Lise also back in the chat. Good to see you, Lise. Groetjes van Lise.
Hallo Lise.
En groetjes,
Sandwich.
groetjes terug. Gary even has a discount code for Saily. Guys, I never even heard. Have you ever heard of Saily? Sail, sail as in the English word sail, but with a Y behind it. Saily, S-A-I-L-Y.
Never, no.
Me neither.
Might be a brand of a bigger company.
Let me just first look into it. Thank you so much for the offer, Gary. For now, I think I'm good because I think I won't be needing a second SIM card for a long time to come, unless, of course, there's going to be another NATO summit sometime soon. Personally, I hope it won't. I'm glad that normalcy has somewhat returned. This is KLM flight 644, arrived from New York, JFK, 78710 Dreamliner, Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Golf. 6 hours and 5 minutes it has flown to get here. Wolfgang says it's a worldwide provider of data services. Okay, well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am somebody who lives under a stone, under a rock most of the time. I kind of use Lisa as my ears and eyes in the real world. She is more in tune with what is going on in the world right now than I am. Powered by NordVPN, Ramon says. Okay, well, I'll look into it. Thanks for the suggestions, guys. Keep them coming. I mean, I do have a second modem lying around, and if there's a prepaid data connection that isn't using KPN that I could use when things get busy, it's always handy to have lying around if there's no expiration date on the data.
But I did check the other guys who were able to stream,
Yeah.
which was some sort of lowerish quality. And
Yeah, well,
So-
it's better than nothing. I had the clarity of thought to put the record button on my camera so that I could at least record the departures and make a video out of it. But hey, that's this is a kind of sort of
I
black
wanted
swan
the
event.
quality stream having some issues. Then I lower my standard to a shit stream with minion talk and cameras flying and not pointing at the subject that's at hand. Well, just let's stop.
Yeah, enough about that. Hey, but the channel has reached new heights yesterday. 2 Impostor AMS live channels that the mods had to block. People using my name. I already was looking at getting verified maybe earlier, but it seems that the 100k subscribers is a very rigid threshold. Having imitators mimicking you is not a reason.
Live.
Yeah. The real AMS live, yeah.
Real ground crew.
Well, people who know what I do for a living, and Jendrusik is one of them, can attest that my reputation is built on being a trustworthy person, and as soon as I'm not and you cannot trust me, then my whole career has gone to shit, will go to shit. So if there's anything you ever see, that's now the risk, of course, that people who are basically imitating me and are commenting on other websites like they are me.
Okay.
If there's something that you guys think is questionable, reach out to me, please, because that's also, of course, a risk now that I didn't think of yesterday. But since there are Impostor AMS Live channels, we can block them at AMS Live, so that they, if they do something in comments or in the live chat, you guys will not see it. But that doesn't mean that they cannot post under AMS Live under channels.
I think you listed that Kingstyle or what
Yeah.
then you get.
Yeah, if you're you will get an army of trolls.
When they mentioned in the chat, I was like, okay, the floodgates are open.
Yeah.
And the idiots.
Yeah. That's the downside of getting exposure to certain channels. Anyway, Air Canada Flight 808. Hide your money. Well, be aware, viewers, that we do have imitator AMS live channels. We blocked 2 yesterday, so if you do see comments by AMS live and you think, hey, that doesn't sound like Boy, maybe it is because it wasn't me. Indeed, Lise.
You should add random banter to a post so people can be sure.
Indeed. Anyway, KLM flight 598 is coming in. That's arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. That is a 777 coming in. 777-300 no less. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo, Victor Bravo. Welcome to the show, everybody who has joined in the meantime. German Monster, good to see ya. Marianne, goedemorgen. Stacy, good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome all others who have joined. So, we have a little bit of wind. I'm accompanied by Jendrusik over here. And in the north, it looks like very grim. It doesn't look that much better when looking in the other direction, but the north definitely has the darkest backdrop right now. The wind is not slowing down. It feels like it is picking up. I thought that the expected wind was around 14 knots today. Haditina, goedemorgen. Flowline, good morning. Jeff, good morning. LP Vaart, good morning. Not sure that I even said officially hi to Gary in Amsterdam. I just responded to his offer with a discount code. Gary, good morning, mate. Hey, Lorenzo, tuning in from Twello. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen, heute Morgen. Air China cargo is arriving from Shanghai in China. It's a 777 freighter, 10 hours and 31 minutes on the way. Registration Bravo 2094. If all is well, later today DHL is going to deliver my Sennheiser EWDP wireless transmitter, UHF wireless transmitter set with a lavalier mic, which, if all is well, should mean no more stuttering connections from the voiceover whenever I turn my back. It's a system that uses UHF, so that should go through walls and also around my body. Means that if all is well, the voiceover should be stable and good.
That's nice. I will take my transceiver. Transceiver frequency.
You transceive on my frequency and we'll glow together.
Nice.
Yeah. But the estimated time of arrival is between 4:30, I think, and they said 8 or something. And Lisa and me have plans to go out, so we also have to go away at the end of the afternoon, beginning of the evening already. So, but regardless, even if it were to be delivered to a pickup point, I wouldn't be able to fix it and dial everything in before the next stream tomorrow. So it should be. Yeah, and the next stream after tomorrow is going to be Friday, because this Thursday, next Thursday, and the Thursday after that, I will be working my day job to compensate for last week. China! And Lance is also speaking from experience. As an author, I've been impersonated several times online and at forums. Yeah, it's a pity that people are doing the way they do. There you go, that's people. Klaas, thank you so much for your super chat. Let me buy you a sunbeam for today. Thank you so much, Klaas. That is much appreciated. Sunbeam coming in. Well, I think it's already working. I think it is already working. Yeah, slowly but surely. The sun is peeking out here and there. There are bits of blue. Looking to the south, this is where the wind is blowing from. This is the west. This is the east. Things to the south look dark. Yeah, to the north look darkest. Next up is a CRJ. Lufty Flight 2302, CRJ 900, arriving from Munich. 1 hour 11 minutes on the way. Bill says we need 1,000 likes today or more. I think the momentum has gone. Looking at the number of viewers, we had yesterday. I think the average view duration due to the NATO streams has lowered significantly, and I think that also works on the algorithm promoting the channel less. We had nice momentum before the NATO week. I think it's gone. So yeah, I wish for an airplane dance to happen. I'm not going to lower the standards. First one will cost you 1,000. Let's see if we'll make it today. And if not, there's always another time. I see the first banana coming in. Now Thijs, who was standing here, who drove here from Hogeveen in Drenthe, he told me that his brother used to fly on the A300s for DHL, and they used to call the airplane a canary. Canary Pete. Canary Pete. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. So we can also maybe go for Tweety or something. You heard it. He's looking at me and he's doing a thumbs up. If you guys are, but then again, that means that the new soundbite that we just installed.
This shit is banana. B-A-N-A-N-A-Yeah.
We'll have to replace that as well if we go for Canary Pete. Let's see. This is KM Malta, flight 394, arriving from Malta. Now I'm very much looking forward to tonight. We'll be having a cheat meal, a belated birthday dinner for Lisa's birthday, and we'll be going to the pancake boat in Amsterdam. She already visited the one in Rotterdam last year when she was visiting the Netherlands. But we also saw the recent Beer Meets Food visit of the pancake boat in Amsterdam, and thought, oh, that's nice. Let's do that as well.
There's also one in Nijmegen.
Also one in Nijmegen. There you go.
And it goes over the Waal. I think you get one pancake and it goes up and down the river for an hour.
Okay.
So.
Well, you have 75 minutes, and Beer Meets Food set a new record with 21 pancakes. Sounds doable, doesn't it? After 4 you're done.
Yeah, usually, well, unless they are really small, but...
No, they are, from what I could see in Beer Meets Food's video, it looked like standard Dutch pancakes, standard size, plate size, so to speak. And of course, it does depend on what you put on them. They have 3 default type of pancakes that you can pick from a wall, a sort of Fibo wall where you can just pick hot plates with 1 pancake on them. Plain pancakes, pancakes with bacon, and pancakes with apple as a base. And then there's all kinds of condiments and whatever you fruit, veggies, savory, sweet, whatever you...
It's for me, because I don't want my pancake to be a pizza, for instance.
I never had pancake pizza. It sounds tasty, and it sounds like the perfect opportunity to give that a try.
Pannenkoek, and they put veggies on it as well.
Veggies, shredded cheese, brie cheese, yeah.
I'm not going to put marmalade on my omelette, or...
Wolfgang says, will you put it together with your birthday meal? Nah, we're going to do another one of those events maybe, or something else for my birthday. And then of course there's also the upcoming 1 year, is it an anniversary? I think it might be. It was July 11th on that stream that she first visited, when we first met in person. So that's also coming up in, what is it, 2 weeks or so. Tarom, in the meantime, having arrived here from Bucharest. Let's focus on the business at hand. We're getting a little off topic. Blues, just blues from Gerard, goedemorgen. Lorenzo, goedemorgen. I already said hi to Lorenzo. Apologies.
Hoi Lorenzo.
Oh, let's see, 2 airplanes on the glide slope, and we have, is that Steven Seagal? I think it might be. In the meantime, we have a Transavia 737 arriving from Ibiza, flight 5680 coming in first. The second airplane that you can see is an E2 Embraer from KLM, arriving from Berlin, flight 1772. Hey there, Ablaze Cannon, who is at flight level 390 in Singapore. Nice, nice. Still a bit of crosswind, the airplanes are crabbing. It's not as substantial as when we were back here a couple of weeks ago, but still a little bit of crosswind. Runway 0927, of course, still closed for maintenance until, I thought, the end of September or something. Thought I read September 28th, but might also be something else. It's good to be back at the Polderbaan, parking baan.
Did you see the video from the tower?
The video from the tower?
Yeah, they made a video from LVNO made a video from the tower.
Yeah.
Showing the parking spot here.
Oh, during the NATO summit when everything was, but from higher up.
Yeah.
No, haven't seen it. Is it from the LVNL channel?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll have a look into it.
Yeah, it was a short. I think it was LVNO.
Yeah, well, and rightly so that they publish a video from parking baan from the tower. Was it from? Well, probably from the main tower, or
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess that the people did not have to control any traffic in the Polderbaan tower, of course, during the NATO summit. Although for photography, it would have been the perfect vantage point.
It would be perfect because you have the right angle. It would be really nice.
Yep, and also up close. I mean,
Yes.
if you look from the main tower, it's pretty far away.
Yeah. Am I getting old or I'm on a hotspot? Yeah, it works if you turn it on.
E2 Embraer 195 having arrived from Berlin. What the fudge? Do I need to drive down to Portland and administer the air horn to Captain Jerry? I think you might have to do that, Bill. Where is he? That's bananas
It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
on 2 fronts. Anyway, first banana of the show, A300-600 DHL arriving from Madrid. 1 hour 55 minutes on the way. Registration is the Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Alpha. This particular airplane is already 30 years old. First flight was in September 1994. That's when I just began middle school after finishing elementary school. What were you doing back in September 1994? Wow, long time ago. Jendrusek, what were you doing in September 94?
Probably at a rave or something.
Probably at a rave.
Walking.
Raven voor het leven.
Skateboarding.
Skateboarding. Living the life.
Yes, indeed. Great time.
Oh, butt shot. Butt shot in the making. Banana butt shot. Mmm, tasty. Mmm, tasty. some stupid shit. Well, wouldn't want to call skateboarding and raving stupid shit. Very important. Very important to have fun in life. Lance in September 94 flying on Air Zimbabwe 767. It was great. Mate, you have lived a life of adventures, haven't you? What haven't you done and where haven't you been? Stories you can tell, I imagine. Sadi, also back in the chat. Good to see you. Stranger, good morning. Me, myself, good morning, lads. Hope everybody is doing well. This is KLM flight C741 arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, and that is in the vicinity of, on a global scale, that is 78710 Dreamliner, 9 hours in a minute on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Mike. Yeah, let's do a wheelie. Why not? Power play. Bam.
That's the way, I like it,
Next up, Delta Airlines flight 162. And that's an A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Word of warning, it does have the potential to get loud, so be sure to protect your eardrums and your speakers. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for any loss of speakers or eardrums. You are watching this channel at your own discretion. Viewer discretion is advised.
Play at your own risk.
Play at your own risk. Rien ne va plus. Omelette du fromage. Bottoms up. Marmelade d'orange. Avec un croissant et une... Chef's kies. Magnifique. Wolfco says, if you haven't been a streamer, you could have been a singer. No. I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not good at. Singing is not my forte, I will tell you that. Hey Leon, good morning. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Van alle markten thuis. From all markets home. Indeed. Absolutely right, Marijke. Alright. Battery smooth landing, thus far. Check. Wheelie. Check. Reversers. Check. That is most certainly a checks all the boxes landing. A full bingo card landing. Hey Daniel, good morning. Rob, good morning. Wally Thunder with Jelly, hallo. Gaat goed, thank you for asking. Met jou ook? All is well over here. Hope you guys are doing well as well. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Once again reopened as of yesterday morning, 11 a.m. after the parked biz jets of delegates to the NATO summit have gone. And we are here with a bit of crosswind. It's not very windy, but it is a bit. 30 knots of wind from 230 to 240, so southwest to westerly wind. Means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. This is an EasyJet A320neo returning from Prague. 1 hour and 10 minutes on the way. The OELSI. Now, when I arrived here, there were no people here. Nobody was in the grass. Nobody was on the cycling path. You can see people have arrived by now. And by the looks of it, behind, oh no, those are just, hard to see. The guy with the red shirt is blocking our view from the parking lot. So, not sure how many people are there. There must be a few by now. Wondering if the Fries truck is also going to come back. They usually do arrive here in the weekends when weather is half decent. In the meantime, I see we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I see that it spurred JD to gift 5 memberships, which he totally didn't have to do. Thank you so much, Jörg, for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the new members who just received a membership from Jörg or JD, don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. If you have any suggestions for 2 new custom emojis, you can leave a comment below a post in the community section for members where I ask you guys for ideas. Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity and welcome to the Skylines new members. Thank you all for the 300 likes. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel will also help. It's a free and easy way to support the channel and help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who like airplanes, who like banter, who like duckies, but who just haven't discovered AMS Live yet. This is Lufthansa flight 988, having arrived from Frankfurt. Roy, goedemorgen. Wilma, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined. Lufty Buttshot. 1,000 likes means I dance. That is absolutely right, Bill. The airplane dance offer still stands. First one is 1,000 likes, and after that they come more cheaply. After each 500 more likes, after 1,000 more airplane dances.
Volume thing.
It's a volume discount indeed. Makes sense, doesn't it? So looking at when zooming into the north, things look actually really dark. While over here the sun is actually peeking through the clouds at times. WestJet has arrived. WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax in Canada. Charlie Golf X-Ray Whiskey Juliet, you can see it. Max 8. Nice little use of the reverser. And taking the first exit, so a butt shot also incoming. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again mate. Alright, what is next? Embraer 175, that's next. A321 after that. ITA Bombardier C-Series also coming, nice. So I've got 4 automated widgets now enabled, but none of them are working. Membership celebrations that work, new membership, don't think they also seem not to work, so not sure what's going on there. So everything is going to be done manually like in the old days. Ilko is celebrating 8 months of membership. He writes, thank you for the quality of the stream, bedankt. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your ongoing support, Ilko. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. And if something is no longer to your liking, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it then. 8 months a member, that means 4 months and you'll be turning green. Thank you so much, Ilko. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. This is an M175. Is that triggering something?
Yes, there is a new.
Yeah, but what did something pop up? Marijke Groenland just became a member. I didn't see anything happening. Really weird. Both the AI versions of both the widgets, the membership and the membership birthday widgets, now all of a sudden no longer responding.
Yeah.
So that means back to the laptop each time I want to highlight an event. I'll do it with pleasure. It's good for it's good for the knees. Marijke Groenland just became our latest Aurora Skylounge member, and that is very good news. That means that Marijke will now also be able to spam us to death with all the custom emojis that we have at our disposal. Be sure to use them. Have fun with them, Marijke. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. And please enjoy your membership. If something is no longer to your liking with regards to the membership, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Ita Blue is number 2 and KLM Blue is number 1. A321neo followed by a Bombardier C Series 300. Ilko, not only just now. So, hey, wait, something did happen, huh? Okay.
Delayed. Oh, yes,
Delayed.
Yeah, and there's 2.
Yeah, that's right, because the top one is the one that I have from Claude AI, and the bottom one is just from ChatGPT. So it's a match of AI versus AI. Which one works the best, gets the best response.
You know, ChatGPT lost from Atari in the most simple chess mode.
Yeah, well, ChatGPT is better at programming than I am, so in the land of the blind. Ilko, thank you so much for your generosity. Ilko just now went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity, Ilko. You really didn't have to do that. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will say thank you and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal. Ilko, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, new members. And W says 2 pop-ups, Ilko became a member, 1 gifted membership. So that still is dysfunctional then. And when new members were there, nothing happened. So the membership widgets didn't trigger when they should have triggered, and the membership birthday triggers widgets get triggered by false events. Means I'm going to shut them all off now because they're all dysfunctional. Simple as that. So no automated widgets are active anymore, and I'm just going to do everything by hand. Yeah, the thing is, there is an emulation panel in Stream Elements, and you can trigger events, but not everything you can simulate. So you still have to do real life condition testing and wait what happens. So it's an iterative process. It's very
I just keep
painstaking. It happens.
on a separate account, but then still it's not the real thing.
No, but then, but you would have to constantly gift memberships. You would have to super chat, super sticker, and whatnot, just to work out all the kinks. Tiresome. Anyway, this is an ITA Airways flight from Milan, flight 120, Bombardier C Series 300, and it almost looks like the sun is breaking through the clouds here, shining on the livery beautifully. Flight time 1 hour 27 minutes. EIHHU. Irish registered. Haha. Yeah. Hey. Aha. Hey. Haha. I think that's how you should pronounce it. And another butt shot as well. When there's one ITA, there is almost always a second one near, at least in the morning hours. And here you can see just how much bluer things are in the southern half of the sky. Hey, what's that? Is that a CRJ coming this way? It almost looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, that is a CRJ, alright. SAS. Oh, I'm standing on a cable. That's why it's going a bit stuttery. Sassy. Second ITA, not too far away. We saw the one from Milan just now, and here's the flight arriving from Rome. ITA Airways Flight 108, A320neo. 2 hours and 6 minutes it has flown to get here. Italic metallic, beautiful. And Italian never comes alone, indeed, Lise. It's always a posse, at least in the morning hours. Next up should be a KLM 737-700 arriving from Zurich, flight 1918. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf, India.
It is more efficient if they come together, also for the ground staff.
Oh yeah, that does make sense, yeah.
Also for air safety.
Is that so? How do you see it being better with respect to air safety?
It's just an extra check, I think. Having a visual on
Oh yeah.
on the other guys.
Yeah.
So it's not a technical thing, but just mental.
Technically speaking, it is a technical thing.
No, but you see the flights over the ocean, they're all in a line basically.
Yeah. Yeah, but
But that's different reasons.
yeah, I was just about to say,
Yeah.
the North Atlantic tracks have.
But it's also the plus is also having visibility. So if
I'm not sure that they have. Yeah, well, maybe if they fly stacked above one another, they have some visual.
it's in parallel.
Yeah, but the spatial separation is so big, I think, on the North Atlantic tracks that you don't always have to see the airplane that you're flying next to. Even though on radar it shows you're flying next to one another, I think they are spatially separated so far apart that it is hard to see. But I don't know for sure.
AF1 and AF2 were also in line until mid of UK, and then they split up. One was getting more towards Ireland, and the other towards Scotland.
Hmm.
And then eventually over the ocean, they were back in line with each other.
In the meantime,
No problems.
we have an E2 Embraer 195, and another one is coming after that. This is KLM Flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. Since we're going to see just exactly one of those airplanes in a moment, let me quickly go over to the computer. Massively thank AJ, who just now entered into the chat with a massive super chat, who says, "Good morning, boy, mods and everyone. Hope you're all well and have a great day." I am doing well indeed, AJ. Thank you for asking. I hope that also goes for you. Over here, lovely weather, not too warm yet. That's going to change in the upcoming days though, so savor the moment. Better cool the house as much as we can and enjoy the relative decent temperatures before it's going to get really hot in the upcoming weekend.
As a bonus, it's mosquito time.
It's mosquito time as well. Yeah, I already found a lump on my elbow yesterday that I felt an itch. Stupid. Yeah. In the meantime, Alan also back in the chat. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. He just now gifted the membership, and Crazy Shang62 has received the gifted membership. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Crazy Shang. Hope you're going to like the membership that Alan just now gifted you. Alan, thank you for your generosity. Hope all is well, mate. Have you been pissing off people? I hope you have been. Make good use of the daylight. Long day.
Was Lisa hanging on your arm?
Lisa hanging on my arm. Is that so?
It was a Belgian bus.
Ah, it was
Bus,
a lump of mayonnaise, maybe. And another E2 in Bravo 95, KLM flight 1198, arriving from Oslo. Papa Hotel, November X-ray Oscar. Anybody home? Only just. Mats also back, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Floris, goedemorgen. Jij Slijm, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Lord Andrew, mate, what are you doing? Lord Andrew also back in the chat. Lord Andrew also just now went ahead gifting memberships. Lord Andrew, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that. You did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of Lord Andrew's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to Lord Andrew. Have fun with them. Most importantly, they're there to be had fun with. 34 custom emojis, plus you get the right to vote during the upcoming custom emoji elections. We recently gathered 2 new emoji slots for custom emojis. We've got temporary placeholders in them, and we're going to go do some polling pretty soon. You guys get to decide as members, so if you are a gifted member, don't forget you can also vote in the upcoming membership elections. And if you have any ideas for good new custom emojis, chime in the community section. There you'll find a post where I announced that the 2 slots became available, and there you can also leave your best ideas. Now, look at the dichotomy in the sky. The backdrop of the glide slope looks really dark, particularly looking out to the northwest. Looks really grim. Over here, where we are standing, things are more light. We see bits of blue. We see even more bits of blue behind us. It looks really friendly, except to in the north. I'm not sure what Rick Meester did or didn't do to deserve this, but I suspect Rick Meester may have sneakily done a rain dance, and this is what is happening then.
It's always sunny in Rotterdam Zuid.
And it's always sunny in Rotterdam Zuid. Yeah, where has Richard Moes been? Last time I checked, he was going on vacation to, what was it, Florida or something?
Ah, okay. Holiday mode.
Yeah, but that was already a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it was too hot for him over there. I hope he's alright.
By an alligator.
Bitten by an alligator. Well, that's the risk that you also run here. People sometimes say, "Wow, it's so many thousand likes. Jump into the canal for a canal dance." Yeah, but there's alligators in there and piranhas.
Exactly.
Why do you think that they don't need fences over here? It's not without reason.
The water is higher now because there's 50 million sharks in there.
50 million sharks. Only 50?
Yeah. NATO sharks.
NATO sharks. Hey, it's almost 11 o'clock. I see an Embraer 175. Sorry, I see an Embraer 175 going to the center runway, arriving from Bremen. All right, KLM flight 696 is arriving next. Arriving from Toronto, A330-300, fuck B, PH-AKB.
Not fuck A.
Sorry?
Not fuck A, fuck B.
Not fuck A, fuck B. Still a bit of crabbing taking place. Well, that too, of course, Wolfgang, getting stuck in the mud. You would probably have to dive into the canal without any shoes, because if you put shoes on and you're stuck in the canal, you'll probably lose your socks, your shoes. They'll probably be stuck in the mud.
We think it's a moat, but maybe it's the Mariana Trench.
Maybe it is a new Mariana Trench. Absolutely, yeah, could be.
Hey, a bit of crab salad.
Crab salad? Mmm. Crabbity crab.
Hey, only the left line as well.
Is that so?
Cost reduction?
Oh yeah. Cost reduction, only the left light on, yeah.
What wheelie?
Nice wheelie.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Nah. It should have used a blue pill.
Well,
Should have allowed him to keep it up a bit longer.
Fuck harder.
Fuck B.
Fuck harder.
Fucking hell. Alright, we are going to see KLM flight 1030 arriving from Persenchester. It's an E2 Embraer 195 and it has a sticker on it. It's been a good boy.
Yeah.
It got a sticker. The 1700 E-Jet sticker.
Welcome to Wiltshire.
Welcome to Wiltshire.
Next to
Yeah, if I had to move to England, I probably would be going to Woking because that's where I would feel right at home. Anyway, so it does have a sticker. They only placed the sticker on the left-hand side. And in the meantime, Thobel Nazusa is tuning in. Morning from South Africa, where it is Saturday 11:01. That's interesting. Same time over here, same day of the week as well. What a coincidence. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope you're doing well.
almost the same language.
Yeah, almost the same language as well. What? And the Saudi flight is now 1 hour 59 minutes out. Hey, that's a bit ahead of schedule. If they'll make it before 1, they could even land over here on the Polderbaan. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Next up, Transavia flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona. Man, it looks so depressing looking, zooming into that exactly that part, because here it is much brighter, much more clear sky. It's just that bit to the glide slope that is looking so depressing. I don't want to get you guys depressed, but it looks so much more dark than the rest of the sky here does. The sky is bipolar, absolutely, absolutely. That's a good way to describe it. The airplanes are still slowly but surely crabbing this way. Let's do a quick overview of the meter, the weather. Let's see what has changed. We had 13 knots blowing from the west southwest before. A refresh of the meter tells us the wind bit more westerly, and 1 knot more means that the crosswind component has increased a little bit compared with what we saw just now. Let me first film the landing of Transavia and then I'll update the meter. So again, this is Transavia flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona. Yeah, nice wheelie. Top-notch work. Well done. Nice shizzle. Parallel arrivals in progress right now for 40 minutes. It's been 11 o'clock, so from 11 until 11:40, runway center also open up. I've got image stabilizer enabled, that's why the camera was banking, was panning left and right a little bit. (737) KLM. In the meantime, KLM Embraer 190 arriving over here. German Airways from London City. There it is. Let's see if we can paste the meter into the ticker. There we go. Hi Yvonne, goedemorgen. Ton, goedemorgen. Yuri asks, at how many likes the airplane dance? 1,000 still. Bear with me says, viewership and chat feel comfortably sedate compared to this week madness. Yeah, it's back to the calmness of before. Well, even calmer than it was before. Joris asks, what's the white thing on their back? Is that a panorama view? Well, one of the things that is in there, I think, is satellite communications, the Wi-Fi hump. Wi-Fi, satellite, something to that extent.
That's the Karen cabin.
The Karen cabin, indeed. It's a private suite for Karen, where she can call for the manager all she wants. Bit of horizontality on the scale of chimney smoke. And here we have the German Airways / BA hybrid livery flying in from London City on behalf of KLM. I say semi-BA livery because this airplane used to belong to BA. That's why the bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings are in the shade of blue of BA. Hey there, Jaco. Jaco Schwartz is tuning in from Namibia, which is also in Polderbaan. Good morning, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Woutopia, goedemorgen, good morning. Rafael, goedemorgen, good morning. Good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing here with Jen Drosek as ground crew today, and we are filming arrivals at Polderbaan runway 18 right after the reopening yesterday at 11 a.m. Having served as a parking lot for NATO biz jets earlier in the week, now normalcy returning. Crosswinds have returned as well, so the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. No go-rounds we have seen thus far. Don't expect any, but it does look nice to see the angle on their approach. Time for a quick sip of vodka. Also, if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you want to help us for free and help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Next airplane coming in is an A321neo from Transavia, arriving from the Italian Girona. And this is the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Tango. 1 hour and 47 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight in June this year. No Karen cabin on board this airplane by the looks of it. Doesn't look like it. Brand new Neo. A brand Neo.
Brand Neo.
Neo squared.
Well, unless in the Neos they no longer need this cabin.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, it could be that it's integrated.
Yeah.
Karen no longer has her private suite then. That's not good. She'll want to speak to the manager about this. Unacceptable.
Yeah, and there was no soap in the toilet.
No soap in the toilet. I demand a refund. Don't have a receipt, but I demand a refund nonetheless.
I would like a South Park episode with Cartman acting as a carrot.
Did that already happen?
Well, sort of. He's like that character. So.
Yeah, he already is. Yeah, absolutely. Iberia Express is arriving from Madrid next. In the meantime, massive big thank you to Paul Tucken for your super chat. Good morning, enjoying your feed again. Thank you so much for your kind words, Paul. Glad to hear that. Thank you also so much for your super chat. Much appreciated. Hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. It's it's strange looking at the glide slope to the north. Things look very dark. Looking to the northeast, northwest as well. But then, boom, blue, mostly blue. I wouldn't be surprised if the sun is going to shine again pretty soon, and I can take off my vest again. I already applied sunscreen everywhere before going out, but
It looks like the clouds are sticking to the north.
if yeah, exactly, the north, Rick Meester sure has done something to anger the weather gods, but
Or he didn't.
He didn't.
He didn't offer the goat or the chicken.
Yeah, maybe he should have sacrificed more animals.
Or maybe
That's the way to keep the gods appeased. Or maybe rip out somebody's heart, offer it to the.
the gods became vegan overnight.
Maybe he overdid it. Yeah, maybe God became a vegan. What? Sacrificing animals to me? How dare you? Dark clouds for you all day. You should suffer. Iberia flight 731 arriving from Madrid, 1 hour 52 minutes. A320 Neo. Idle reverse landing. The ECNDN, November Delta November. Hey, the party shed for the NATO delegates is still there. It does provide somewhat of a backdrop against which you can see the windsock a bit better. And Bear With Me asks where Jesus is at. Let's have a look. We can have a quick look on flight radar to see where Jesus is at. Jesus isn't airborne. Jesus isn't airborne. I thought they were flying between somewhere in the Mediterranean to back to London Luton. Jesus is not flying right now.
Stuck in this cave.
Jesus is stuck, yeah. Well, while we were on flight radar, you could also see the Emirates A380 is flying over Hungarian airspace. ETA 3 minutes past 1. Atlas is arriving a couple of minutes to 2. Suparna is arriving 4 p.m. Orange Pride is flying over Kazakhstan and will not land before 7 p.m. No other Quad Squad members underway. Going to stick around, I think, until Atlas has landed. That is still okay. After that, I will have to go away again. Still a busy day. Also have to leave again pretty early. Alright, next airplane coming in is still a bit further away. It's all 737s and Embraers that are flying into Amsterdam right now to both runways. In the meantime, the sun has begun to shine over here, even though it is still dark, looking to the north. 737 to Edinburgh, arriving from Edinburgh. Jay says, Jesus just left Chicago and he's bound for New Orleans. Radio Nigel is tuning in from England. Good morning. And where are you tuning in from, Nigel? Welcome to the show, mate. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And I'm standing here in the sunshine, believe it or not. But the sun is actually shining. Can throw you guys a little wave. It's just the northern part of the sky that is now really depressing and dark. Poor Rick Meester. While we are basking in sunshine over here. Me and Jindrosek, yay! We're enjoying the sunshine over here. Hey, and a lady is wearing something that is looking like... almost like KLM blue. Almost. I think KLM is a bit darker, KLM's blue, but... In the meantime, KLM flight 1406 is arriving from Paris. That's the 737-700. Flying parallel to it is a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Billund. Yeah, of course, Eden.
Bruh.
You're right. KLM flight 1406, next to land here, 737-700. The airplane departed from Paris 46 minutes ago. That's the nominal flight duration. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Mike. Hey Frank, good morning. Hope you're bringing us some good news. Floaty. A lot of smoke from the tires though at touchdown. Not much to see. Klaas says we need more sunbeam super chats. Well, over here the sun is shining without interruption. It's just the north that is now suffering. In the meantime, a big thank you to Video Kijker for your super sticker. A laptop computer with work on the screen. Work it, absolutely. Daniel, goedemorgen. Peter K, good morning. Good morning, one and all. Hope everybody is doing well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm here with Jendrosek, and we are awaiting the next arrival. Crosswindy arrivals. There's a bit of wind blowing from the west-southwest, 13-14 knots or so. Temperature is nice. The sun is shining. The wind is blowing. Still decent temperatures compared with what we can expect in the upcoming days. Wilma is saying thank you and wishes me a very nice day. I interpret that as her saying goodbye and leaving us. Thank you for stopping by. It was good to have you again, Wilma. Hope you have a nice day too. Rosalie, goedemorgen. Diamond Painting Teun, goedemorgen. DB Basement, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Little buggy, little bug started bugging me in my neck. Landed there quietly. Daniel asks what my favorite airplane is. That's a frequently asked question that I always find very hard to answer because there's not a single plane that is my favorite. I think there's something to like about all airplane types. I've got several favorites. 747 is of course a classical beauty. Concorde is too. The Dreamliner is too, with the swept, with the flexed wings. The A350 is a beauty. Then again, I also like the A330, not because of the aesthetics, but because of the loudness of the engines. The typical slow retracting of the landing gear. Something to like about almost all airplanes. So it's a really difficult question to answer because there's not a single airplane that I particularly like best. I think there's something to like about almost all airplane types that are flying and have flown. Another M190 This is KLM flight 1816, arriving from Frankfurt. Mr. Walronda, good morning. Goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Welcome back to the Polderbaan, which reopened again yesterday morning, 11 o'clock. Normalcy has returned somewhat. Rosalie says in Dutch, or asks in Dutch, if Lelystad Airport is going to become the home of fighter jets, will you be filming there someday? Well, that's a definite yes. If they are going to be housing fighter jets, that's definitely something
I'm not sure what
I would want to see.
positions are to film there.
Me neither. But then again, so too, I don't know the best positions to be spotting at different airports. Luckily, there's the, what's that website again?
Spottersnet.
Yeah, Spottersnet, spottersguide.net or something.
I also use it.
Yeah, yeah. Shows you all the ins and outs again.
But I can imagine that if they upscale it to military,
Mm.
you get parameters.
Oh yeah, yeah, undoubtedly, undoubtedly.
It's gonna be more difficult.
It's going to be more restricted.
Yep.
Hey, KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City is going to the wrong runway. That's interesting. Why would they do that? Unless they were planning a runway inspection of sorts? Is that imminent? Not sure.
Okay, the authorities car was here yet, but he was not doing an inspection.
I think I see something over there, or is that just a reflection of a building?
Or is it wishful thinking?
It's a bit hard to see. And then again, runway is not closed yet because we do have a 737-900 arriving from Brussels. Hey Esther, goedemorgen. AJ Masbro, good morning. Trucker Nick, goedemorgen. Henk uit Hogeveen, goedemorgen. Straks een rondje op de motor. Later a tour on the bicycle. How's the weather in Hogeveen, Henk? Over here, looking to the north, things look a bit grim. The one getting away. KLM flight 758. Arriving from Panama City. And if you are in Panama City and you go to the south and you continue for a little bit, you'll end up in
Ecuador!
and we have a speeding KLM 737. That'll pass by in the foreground pretty soon. Yeah. Alright, now let's see. Still parallels arrivals in progress. I'm seeing more airplanes arriving from the west that have been assigned to the wrong runway. And Bro 175 arriving from Aberdeen. JetBlue arriving from Boston, also going to the wrong runway. That's interesting. Interesting. Stove, goedemorgen, good morning. Daniel asks, do I know what Duinrail is in Wassenaar? I certainly do. When I was in elementary school, we went there. And I think also when I was in elementary school, I mean a school trip there, but also outside of it, I have been there. Has been decades ago, but I do know what Duinrail is, absolutely. Omer, goedemorgen. Lee, good morning. Hey, and congratulations, Lee. Stove says here in Friesland it is humid, warm, and on the edge of a breakout of drizzle rain. Yeah, that's exactly what it. To us, it looks like over to the north. Like it might start raining over there.
It's what been going there for 3 hours.
Peter wonders if Officer Rulof will bring me food again. It's Rulof, R-O-E-L-O-F. Not so much R-U-D-O-L-F. Rulof. Don't think he will bring me food again. Won't be necessary. But that was sweet of him, wasn't it? So parallel arrivals are still in progress. This is also an airplane that has been getting away. KLM flight 912 and bruh. Captain Jerry also back in the chat, good to see you. Jad Official, goedemorgen. AJ Masbro says Downrow is great. It's been ages since I was there for the last time. I remember it was fun, but that was still when I was a young kid. Undoubtedly it is great fun for young children. JetBlue flight 631 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, another one getting away. In the meantime, over here, KLM flight 1710 is approaching. That's an M190 that is arriving from Luxembourg. And Peter only lives 500 meters from Duinrel. Nice. Now, does that also mean, Peter, that you are a frequent visitor? Kjær also back in the chat. Mike also back in the chat. Good morning, lads. Jerome, you missed some beautiful glide slope shots earlier. They are still visible. Right now, just narrow bodies, but you know how it goes. We will see more wide bodies pretty soon. Right now it is one M after the other. This one is arriving from Luxembourg. The DAG MP. Delta Alpha Golf Mike Papa. Flight 1710. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Dustin, goedemorgen, good morning. So now over here, looking all around me, things are starting to look a bit more cloudy as well. If you look to the south, you can see bits of blue still, but now looking directly to the east, the bits of blue have gone. Looking to the west, also not as much blue anymore. It's mostly to the south right now. Temperature wise though, it is still pretty good over here, mind you. It's not cold by any stretch of the imagination. It's another M190 arriving from Bristol. KLM flight 1076. "50 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Mike is the registration." Raphael says Tuesday 36 degrees in the Efteling. Yeah, it's going to get warmer and warmer and warmer each day following the next day in the upcoming days. Dag het niet, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Too busy. Yeah, I can imagine, Peter. Okido. High humidity. You can see the vortices emanating from the flap tips. This is Pegasus, of course. A321neo. A321neos are very good at producing those vortices when you have relatively high humidity. Pegasus flight 1251, A321neo, arriving from Istanbul, 3 hours and 16 minutes on the way. That's a bit longer than normally would have been the case, but 15 minutes on 3 hours. On a 3-hour journey, not that significant of a delay. Registration Tango Charlie Romeo Bravo Zulu. Two-year-old airplane, first flight November 2022. Here we have another German Airways. This is, hey, hey, we once again have an emoji, a custom emoji for this airplane, except that, hey, what's that? Oh, that's a tractor being transported. This is the Dupree. This is the airplane that used to be Chucky, but we once again have Chucky as temporary placeholder. So, yes, there you go, Ari. Beautiful chocolates from Leicester that used to be on this airplane, but we can once again use Chucky in the live chat. Members have access to Chucky again. Rest in pralines indeed. Next up, KLM flight 767, and that is an A330-200 arrival from Bonaire. There it is. KLM flight 767 arrival from Bonaire, 8 hours and 40 minutes on the way. It's the PHAOD Fuad. What are you doing? The airplane is 19 years old. The first flight was in April 2006. Better take a sip of vodka then. Hey there, Tom. Good morning. And according to Maria, we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Nice to see you guys are enjoying the show today. Hope that goes for everybody. If you want to support the channel and help us for free, liking and subscribing is the way to go if you haven't done so already. It'll help us reach a wider audience of people who haven't discovered AMS Live yet, but who would happily join our awesome community. Thank you all so much. Halfway to the airplane dance. The first one. Reversers question mark? Sadly no. Really? We do get to see. Very nice. Yeah, Lars is using the windsock on Viagra emoji. A little bit. It's not too far-fetched actually to be using that emoji. Let's have a quick look. Once again, see what the weather has been doing. Last time we checked the meter, the wind was pretty much crosswind, all pure, and we had 14 knots of wind. What will the new meter say? 13 knots. So varying between 13 and 15 knots. The wind has become a bit more westerly. In other words, more crosswind component compared with in the beginning of the stream when it was more from the southwest. So the wind is blowing nearly perpendicularly to the runway heading. That means that the airplanes still have to crab even though we are at relatively modest wind speeds. It is 11:34 local time right now. That means that in 5 or so minutes, usually the secondary runway is going to close again. And that means that all inbound traffic to Schiphol will once again all be directed to the Polderbaan exclusively until approximately 1 o'clock. I've pasted the meter in the ticker. Let us zoom out again and turn around. Have a look at the next airplanes that are coming in. We have another widebody that is going to the wrong runway. United flight 968 is arriving from San Francisco, and that is a 777-200 the November 79011. 9 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Hey, that is good news. Frank is telling me that they are going to put a container for glass next to my house so that all those empty vodka bottles can be put in it and I don't have to walk so far anymore. That is good news, mate. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. I've tried vodka in plastic bottles, but it's not the same. You need it in real glass. Absolutely, you do. EasyJet just arrived here, A319, returning from Bristol, giving us a butt shot. Quickly turning around, KLM flight 1944 is arriving. That's an M190 arriving from Basel. 1 hour and 3 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Papa. Archmaster, hey, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And I'm standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, still one of two runways in use for arrivals, but pretty soon everything is coming to the Polderbaan again. We have wind blowing from the west to southwest. Double digits, 13 to 15 knots of wind. No gusts have been reported. Cloudy, a little bit. Crosswind means that the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. Tippy-toey. We haven't seen Captain Wheelie in ages. Is this him or her? No, the gear is already lowering. The nose gear is lowering. We do get a wave from the first officer. Lovely. Wave back to you. And reversers.
That's the way, I like it,
Butt shot, a wave, a wheelie. Reversers being applied. What more could you ask for? A very good morning to all who have joined. Indy, Big Mike. Hank, goedemorgen, good morning, good to see ya. Luis, me boss, good day to you. Gravel bike, good morning. Alrighty, let's see. Let's not forget another landing, another M. This is an E2, 195 arriving from Newcastle. Right, this is undoubtedly one of the last airplanes to be landing on runway center for the time being. It is German Airways with the new pointillism inspired tail. This one is arriving from Stavanger, KLM flight 1174. That's the Delta Alpha Juliet Hotel Whiskey. Dr. T says, check your email, you have been spotted. I'll do that when I'm done with streaming, mate. Thank you for the notification. It just continues with the M. Here another one arriving from Glasgow. That's a 175. Papa Hotel, Echo X-ray uniform. Time for a butt shot. Mm, 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 mm.
Dan valt het er nog wel mee. Maar als je aankomt, is dat en dan slaap je hoofd weet ook niet meer wat je eigenlijk
Okido. God damn it. KLM flight 682 returning from Vancouver. Ordinarily a 777 that we should see here on this runway. Also has been assigned to the wrong runway. Now behind this airplane is a Delta A330neo. That is a bit of luck though. But it does look like the cloudiness is such that we aren't able to see it yet. It should start. Yeah, there it is. Emerging.
Arnold. Ik heb de groeten van Arnold.
Hey, groetjes terug Arnold. Hey, groetjes. Dank je, fijne dag. John Drossek was talking to a chap, and apparently he's called Arnold, I just learned. Greetings from him.
Yep. Arnold from The Hague.
Arnold from The Hague.
He's telling me about all the things that happened in The Hague during the...
Oh yeah, I can imagine a lot must have happened in his city during the NATO summit.
Yep.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So two wide bodies are flying parallel to one another. One that should have been directed to our runway, normally speaking. That is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver. And over here we have Delta Airlines flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. It's arriving from Bill J's hometown. 9 hours exactly underway according to flight radar. It's a Neo. The November 428 Delta X-ray is the registration of this airplane. And it just turned 1 this month. First flight of this airplane was in June 2024. Look at me. I'm backing out last minute. Chicken. Walk, 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 walk. Oh yeah, nice. Very nice. Joseki is also back. He's tuning in from Nairobi. That's in Kenya, which is in... So Dirk is also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. The Embraers are still here. They're still coming and also still going to the center runway, surprisingly.
Yes, why?
Why?
ATC is a joke.
Really?
Bruh.
ATC is a big mystery.
Frank said, always the center.
Yeah, it's a mystery what ATC is thinking, always. ATC means always the center. Well, Frank says it jokingly, but he may well be right. He may well be right. That's what makes it so bad. He's probably right. We joke about it, but it's funny because it's true.
What's on the other side?
Okay, so how long are they going to continue with flights to center? I wonder if the airplane that is now flying parallel to the airplane we are now filming is going to be the last one. It'll all depend if KLM flight 1850 is going to continue to the Polderbaan, which I think, saying it carefully, it looks like it does. Means that the airplane that is now passing us by on the other side is going to be the last airplane for the time being, landing on the center runway. Yeah. Yeah, KLM flight 1850 is continuing to the Polderbaan glide slope, so I'm going to call it. This was the last airplane. This is going to be the last airplane landing on center for the time being. Yep. Yum, 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 yum. Almost completely devoured by the airplane here in the foreground. The wind shows definitely a bit of horizontality if you look at the scale of chimney smoke. Now, for the first time looking to the north, it looks a bit lighter than it has been before. Now looking to the east, it seems that's where it is most dark.
And it looks like the band of clouds has shifted a bit to the right.
Yeah, the band of clouds, the densest bit of clouds seem to have drifted to the east. Looking to the west, it's not completely blue skies and flowers and happiness and whatnot, but okay. Also some nice heavy hitters are coming in. Number 3 is KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX, and behind it will be Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Very nice. It's interesting that it is using the reversers and still is passing by at a relatively high speed. I see airplanes that do idle reverse landings that slowly drive by at a much lower speed, and this airplane is using the reversers. It's loud and it's fast. What?
Let's try all options.
Let's try. Yeah, let's do it all. Let's do it all. Bear with me says we have sent the shit to the east. Well, that's a good thing. Let it go to the east, to the Germans, and then to the Poles, and then to the Russians, and then to the Japanese, and then it crosses the Atlantic, and then it goes to the Americans or the Canadians, depending on the latitude. Well, 52 degrees latitude. It's probably going to hit Alaska then, or Vancouver, maybe. Vancouver is around 52 degrees latitude as well, isn't it? Or
I'm not the greatest map guy, but I think
I'm also not a great map guy.
you could be right.
I'm a Google Maps app. I'm a app guy.
Also possible.
Maps.
Well, I'd say I should know, but I know I'm on 48.
Hey, QJ is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Jimmy also back. Good to see you, mate. Blasco Music says probably auto break 2 instead of 3. Could be, could be. Marijke has to go. Marijke, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. Still more
Bruh.
but we are going to see a variety in it. We're going to see variety soon. Variety in the form of wide bodies. KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX is over there, and behind it should be Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Hey there, Midfield, good morning. Rodi, good morning. Hans, good morning. Olaf, good morning. It is a bit windy, mostly crosswind. Come on. Okay, Emirates Sky Cargo still in the clouds. Not yet visible. Nick, morgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan Runway 18 ride. We have a bit of crosswind. Normalcy has returned with respect to runway use. Just the Buitenveldebaan runway 0927 that is now still closed for maintenance until the end of September. Otherwise, normalcy has returned after the NATO summit. And this is KLM flight 604 that returned from LAX. Back from California. California. What more can we say than California? We're at 555 likes, so no airplane dance today. We've lost the momentum. It's all gone. I tell you, it has to do with the average view duration. When you draw in new people during an event like the NATO summit, that basically screws up your stats, and the algorithm then thinks, oh, people.
They were constantly flipping between 6 streams, and I also think this is not really the best thing for a stream.
No.
Constantly, you have people getting into, catching up. Getting into, catching up, leaving again, and then the other one is quicker. I had a difficult time to remain friendly and not tell people, well, if the other one is better, then just fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like, okay, it's not my channel, but
it does screw up with it does screw the algorithm. You can definitely see we had some big momentum already before the NATO summit, and it's gone. It's gone. Might come back, might not. Oh well.
It's okay.
It's the in crowd. It's the in crowd that is still here.
Exactly. If you have to grow from such a thing.
Yeah, no, exactly. Emirates Sky Cargo 9914, arriving from Aguadilla. Idle reverse landing. It's idle reversing. It's driving by slower than the Transavia was just now, which was so incredibly loud.
It has less windows.
How?
More smooth. Squeaky.
Squeaky brakes. Where's the WD-40? Now, I saw a couple of ducks in the water in the beginning of the stream. That's the last bit of aquatic birds that I have seen here since. Looking around me, you can see in my proximity in the water, at least the visible part of the water of the canal, nothing to be seen. So, really weird. Not sure what happened to them. They must be here still, but... Thank you, Jeff. Love you too. Bob is also back, tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Hope you've been well and have had a good day. NJ, good morning. Still here from Assen, your number one professional, notorious lurker. That's good, mate. You keep on lurking. Speaking of lurking, lurking in Dutch means drinking. Sip of vodka. Never heard anyone. Next up is going to be Transavia in the Sunweb livery, returning from Zakynthos in Greece. 2 hours and 56 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Mike. Indeed, Marianne, the real fans are still here. Alpevaart asks, until when will you be staying? Well, my most recent idea was to stick around until the 747, which is expected shortly before 2 o'clock, will have landed. Let's have a look after the airplanes. This airplane and the one behind it will have landed. Next, behind this is Banana number 2, arriving from London Luton. Matt asks if he has missed any flights from... The answer is no, you haven't. Not yet. Not yet. This is Transavia in the Sunweb livery. Sunweb is a tour operator in the Netherlands. It's a separate entity. It's not part of a conglomeration or anything. It's just a partner that they work together with. If I go on a winter sport vacation via Sunweb, for instance, I often book the flight via Transavia through them.
They changed the livery. There used to be someone with an airbag.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I thought I saw that as well. They have upgraded it a little bit.
Yeah.
At least this looks like something. I find the Peter Pan Vacation Club a bit of a mixed bag of all
Like
random things, seemingly random things put together.
Yeah, that's make a decoration. We have this left and
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
that left.
Indeed.
The demo part will be here. Oh, enter.
We have something that fits over here.
So if the entrance please can come up to the
Just make them all retro. Just make them all retro. I think that new retro livery that is upcoming looks great as far as I've seen the pictures.
From Schiphol, you see an old one, but it's really nice.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you do something
Just
like this
stick
again?
with the old retro liveries and never change. Change is never good. Change has never brought about anything good. Never ever.
No, if
Never.
it sucks.
Jamais. Anyway,
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-Yeah.
DHL flight 6730 arriving from London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, it will give you the cramps. This is the deep. That's Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Papa. A short 37-minute flight to get here. Either reverse landing.
My headset coming in.
Is it butt shot time? I think it is. We're also going to be treated to a butt shot, combo shot with the banana. Airplane age 31 years old, first flight March 1994. Yeah, that was still in my final year of elementary school. I finished in the summer of 94 and went to middle school in the autumn of 94. Not sure what you guys were doing. In March 1994, but this airplane began its career as a professional airplane. Just imagine how many millions of kilometers it must have flown.
Started as a passenger.
Did it start as a passenger airplane?
It has overpainted windows. So
Yeah, well, yeah. In that case, if the windows are overpainted, never even looked
yeah,
that closely to it. Yeah.
I'm always curious about that because
A bit hard to see from over here. The windiness doesn't help as well. Doesn't help either. The Turks are coming from Istanbul. Is this a jet? A jet is coming. Yeah, a jet is landing here on Schiphol Airport. Yeah, travel to the moon and back made several times. My car has almost driven to the moon already. Well, no, that's just 250,000 kilometers, but no, probably to the sun and back. Probably to the sun. No, oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. To the sun, 150 million kilometers. That should be feasible for an airplane that has been operational since 1994. 3 decades of flying, almost non-stop.
yeah.
The track, the big overhauls, so maybe a year, 2 years less because of maintenance. But otherwise, flying almost constantly. 150 million kilometers doesn't seem that, or 100 million miles.
It's hard to believe. And if you would use a washing machine all day for 3 years, I think it will just break.
I'm not sure. Could be.
Constantly, yeah?
Yeah, but then again, you have to factor in that it's mostly air pressure and pressurization that the airframe has to suffer. Of course, the engines will get overhauled completely in due course. So, I mean, yeah, my bicycle frame is also, as long as it doesn't start rusting.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but in all honesty,
My bike is 30 years old.
you replace the chain, you replace the brake cables, you replace almost everything, but the frame itself, it can endure a lot.
I have one bike that's almost 30 years old and it still has all the original parts, but it's always inside.
Yeah, no, exactly, but
Always in my living room. So
But suppose you could repaint your suppose it would stay outdoors and you repaint it regularly, make sure that it is not going to rust, and the airplane, the frame would still endure, I think.
Oh yes.
In the meantime, Martin is also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. All is well on my end. Hope that also goes for you on your end. Bernd, good to see you again. Welcome back. Lord Andrew says, I have flown the equivalent of 1.8 times to the moon, 17.2 times around the Earth. Wow. And you've had a career as a pilot before? Let's think it through. 150 million kilometers divided over 30 years would mean 50 million per 10 years. 5 million per year. 5 million kilometers per year. Okay, maybe it is a bit much. Yeah, it's a bit much, because how many is 50 million divided by 365? It's probably still a lot.
Really a lot.
Still a lot.
Big number.
136,000, well, let's round it off to 137,000 miles. That's per day. Yeah, that's overkill. Okay, that's too much. Okay. Okay. Yay, science. So that's still too far. Imagine, so a passenger airplane flying for 30 years. Well, no. If you run it on cruise speed for 24/7, then of course it is a different story. But
average airspeed of 1,000 miles per hour.
yeah, if you
24 times, so that's
24k. That's 24k kilometers per day.
And around
And you would still
40 to something. Over
Yeah.
24.
Yeah. So just to give you an impression of just how puny we are and how fucking big the universe is. And that's just the our friendly neighborhood, the sun, at 8 light minutes away. A mere 8 light minutes. Right. Okay. Welcome to AMS Space Calculations Live with me and Jendrosek, while we are doing aviation related space calculations and get mind blown, get our minds blown.
It's always Miss Piggy that gets insulted. So.
In the meantime, the Red Wine Express is arriving. KLM flight 1442, another
Bruh.
190. Very rare and rare. Is it missing some paint? Yeah, it does miss some paint at the... Another butt shot as well. Wolfgang has delved into it. He says, according to the internet, the average kilometers per year for an airplane is 1.5 to 2.5 million kilometers per year. So with an average of 30 years of flying for the DHL, it would amount to 45 to 75 million kilometers. So that's halfway to the sun. Still, still only halfway there. absolutely immense. Absolutely immense. In the meantime, I see that we have delved through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. That's 60% to an airplane dance. An airplane dance that I don't think we are going to see today. Momentum has gone, but that's okay. As long as the rain is also gone, that's the most important thing. Right, so we are waiting for traffic. It seems that Transavia to arrival from Zakynthos is going to be one of the next couple of airplanes to be arriving. Gives us a good moment to have a look at the weather. Last time we checked, the meter was indicating 13 knots, but almost exactly perpendicular to the runway heading. That is why the airplanes are scrabbing. Once again, 14 knots of wind. We now have a ceiling at 1900 feet where broken clouds are. We also have broken clouds at 3300 feet. For those of you who don't know what the METAR is, it is the weather report being updated twice an hour. EHAM is one of two international abbreviations for Schiphol Airport, AMS being the other abbreviation. The report is from the 28th, that's today, 9:55 Zulu time, that's 10 minutes ago. It's 11:55 local time, and you can find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. It then says the wind, 260 degrees, 14 knots. That's indicated over here by this arrow. 240 degrees, and here 14 knots, 4/4. The wind direction is variable between 230 degrees and 290 degrees. Those are the two arrows that you see over here. Means that the wind is blowing from the west, bit north of west, and southwest more or less. 9999, that means 10 plus kilometers of visibility on ground level. That's over here. Broken clouds at 1900 feet, the clouds. Broken clouds at 3300 feet. The air temperature is 22 degrees Celsius. The dew point is 17 degrees Celsius. The QNH is the air pressure, that's 1023 hectopascals. This means becoming. It means that the clouds are becoming scattered at 2000 clouds. So the broken clouds are going to become scattered clouds at 2000 feet. So that's going to open up slightly. That's going to happen pretty soon. That's the weather report for now. I'm going to paste the meter into the ticker, and by then I expect the next airplane to have arrived closer to the airport. Hopefully it'll have become visible already. Bird Control K2 is doing an inspection of the runway right now. Wat zei je, General Sek? You heard a ducky? Is that so? What the duck?
Is this goods or
I'm not seeing anything.
to the previous artificial island thingy? There's two ducks in the water, or two birds.
Where? Over there or over there?
Yep.
Over there. Oh yeah. I think we may just see them through the reeds. Yeah, they are a bit further away. Yeah, they took away the peninsula. There were a couple of artificial peninsulas over here, but they've taken them away again.
Maybe they were just monitoring stations.
Monitoring stations, that could well be.
Good service.
Wouldn't be surprised if they were. Feeding stations for the piranhas and the sharks that are here in the canal. In the meantime, the wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like this. And it seems that Transavia flight 6084 arrival from Zakynthos is turning in. Frank says all the ducks were arrested. They came too close to the VIP planes parked over there. Let me go! Let me go!
Regional airport vibes.
Regional airport vibes.
I was hoping for this during the live stream. Yep.
Yeah, no, the next airplane is turning in. It should become visible pretty soon.
Yes, what do we have? Tra.
But where? But where? But where?
Still in the sky, north of the canal.
Yeah.
Pop up in your vision. Yes.
Waiting, waiting, waiting. It should be coming in pretty soon. Ronald asks if the coots are already visible. Only the two that I showed you just now that are further to the north of where we are located. That is it for now.
1000. Should be visible.
Bear with me asks, Zackintosh is the cheap version of Macintosh. Bob asks if there are any herons about. I haven't seen any yet. Looking around me, behind me, and in front of me, can't see any. Luckily. Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and our next airplane arrived dead center. Pointed the camera directly to the right point in the sky. Luckily. That's just coincidence. Transavia flight 6084 arriving from Zakynthos. That's in Greece. Greece is bliss, as we all know. It says so on certain airplanes. 2 hours and 57 minutes on the way. 737-800. Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu Whiskey. Whiskey. Let's pour a small glass of whiskey. Ah, so refreshing. Airplanes are crabbing a little bit. That's because we have crosswind. TUI Max 8 is turning in further to the north, arriving from Ohrid. That's in Albania, if I recall correctly. I thought they also had a lake. I happened to see that on the news the other day. Ohrid, Lake Ohrid, apparently a place where you can go on holiday to.
Yes, yes.
In Albania.
I've seen videos.
Hey, Ozari man, good morning. Good to see ya. Tuning in from Benin, and that is in Nigeria, which is in outer flap surfaces look a bit dirty if you compare that with the inner. Mostly on the right hand side. What happened there? Interesting to see. Waiting for the plane to become visible once again begins. Bear with me, and Loller Pilot Olaf are working on getting everybody fired up for liking the stream. If they haven't done so already, they need an airplane dance, which means we need 1,000 likes. Well, don't like because of the airplane dance. I say particularly like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience and you want to help us for free. Liking is the best way to do that. Liking and subscribing. While granted, it does give you an airplane dance if we cross through 1,000. Don't think that should be the prime reason for you guys to be pressing the like. Although it does help, of course. 655. So still 345 shy.
I'd say fat chance.
Fat chance, I would agree. I'm almost ready to bet money on it that before the end of the stream we're still going to be short of 1,000 likes.
Until someone buys a Chinese click farm. He'll be dancing all day.
Farm for sale? Chinese click farm?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
what would those cost? Just out of curiosity.
Average Dutch celebrity, and they will know.
Geekert says, first tuned in for the Air Force One streams, stayed for the soundboard. That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. Yeah, we do have some sounds that I still need to obtain. Good inspiration yesterday, good brainstorm session, couple of nice ideas. And this is Tui returning from Orid. Not Horrid, but Orid. I like how this antenna has stripes on it. Stripey. It's a nice touch. It's a playful touch to have a stripy antenna. And this is the anti-tail tails, what's it called? Tail strike bumper. And this is the APU poop hole. Hey there, John. Good morning. Welcome back. Derek, good morning to you too. Morris, good morning. Danielle asks what the rope is on the right. I think you mean on the left. Yeah. It's a part of the excrement bridge over here. Yeah, it's these pipes contain sewage and there are ropes attached to them. It's a loose noose which has been hanging loose all the while. Attached over there. I think it serves to release pressure or something, maybe, if you pull it. I don't think you'd want to pull on it. That's a word of warning. In all seriousness, I don't think you should want to pull that.
You don't want to cause shit.
You don't want to get a shitstorm started. In the meantime, over here, an M190 returning from Leeds. The leaders have returned. We had leaders here, national leaders from the NATO summit, but now a new batch of leaders have returned. Hey there, Stefan. I am doing well, thank you for asking. Hope to visit Schiphol soon for some spotting. That would be nice. Definitely come visit. Bring good weather along with you. Some sunshine. Speaking of which, where is Mr. Blue Sky? We need him right here. That Rick Meester has become too efficient with his cloud and rain dances.
I think it worked, at least. Seems to have improved here. Indeed, the
Now all of a sudden it looks darker to the southeast and south of us.
No, it went just over us and migrated more to the southeast.
Yeah, that's exactly what I am also seeing. It looks more dark now to the southeast of us, as if it has been going in a circle around us. Hans' favorite up next, the one spot, the dot, airplane, voiling. Purists say this is perfection. This is finished. Can't be improved anymore. Just the one dot over there. I still think maybe they should make them all gray. Maybe they should be all white, all yellow. But now the purists say keep it the way it is. This is perfection. Think that's the A350 from Finnair, going back to bloody Helsinki. Yep, it is. Finnair A350 passing overhead on its way back to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Hadi Astrid, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all was well. And welcome to the show, all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm here with Jen Drosek and we are at Polderbaan, where Crosswind arrivals are taking place right now. This is KLM flight 1414 arriving from Rennes in France. 1 hour and 6 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Hotel is the registration of this airplane. Once again, one of those pilots who have their hands on the top part of the control panel. I imagine that must be the stickiest place in the whole cockpit. Everybody is putting their sweaty hand on it.
Yeah.
Probably if you take a swab and grow the cultures, you would find so many bacteria and fungi and whatnot. Must be the dirtiest place in an airplane cockpit, I imagine.
If you go to a museum, you often see that indeed in the cockpit, those places they are worn out the most.
Yeah.
Sometimes paint completely gone.
It's a bit like when you're driving a car and you lean your elbow on the side. That's probably also one of those locations that wears out the soonest in your average car. Shamrock flight 604 is returning back to the Netherlands from Dublin, Ireland. iDevil is the registration, EIDVL Delta Victor Lima. iDevil. Irish Devil. It's the Irish Devil. Irish Devil giving us a butt shot. Frank says, now in stock, AMS yellow vodka. Vodka vodka, mate, that's a double badoom, that's a good one. Yellow vodka. We should run that through ChatGPT, get some nice inspirational glasses or bottles. Yellow vodka. Wolfgang says, how do you think pilots sweat? The AC is on freeze in the cockpit. Is that so? Well, I can imagine that they would have the AC on often because they are cruising in sunny conditions often. So I imagine with those big windows it should get warm in the cockpit. Otto Sverdrup. just same as an aircraft toilet. The seat is still pleasantly warm, but still you wonder who was there before you. Yeah, who could it have been? Who could it have been? In the meantime, a very well welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan for Crosswind arrivals. Transavia is next, flight 6598, arriving from Corfu. Well, for you too. This is the Papa Hotel Sierra Bravo, PHHSB. 2 hours and 43 minutes on the way. 737-800, 15 years old, first flight April 2010. Wolfo says they need ice scrapers on the inside of the cockpit windows. So cool are the pilots. I think that's a bit of an overestimation, don't you think so? Surely it's not that cold in the cockpit now, is it? Hey, I'm glad to see that we are seeing wide-bodies again. This is Delta Airlines flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330-300, November 821, November Whiskey. And somebody thinks they can fly. I believe I can fly. Gary.
In Amsterdam.
Gary in Amsterdam. Nice to meet you, mate. Finally, you made it. Hey, yeah. Gary in Amsterdam has returned. Has not returned. Has arrived. Has arrived on the scene. Welcome, mate.
Yeah, out west, yeah.
So Gary in Amsterdam and Jen Dursik, now ground crew here today. I was already thinking, why is that bloke sitting right, choosing right to sit right next to us? Bit impolite, but the ground crew had.
I even brought him a chair.
Wow, nice. Anyway, so this is Delta Airlines, flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 29 minutes on the way, November 812, November Whiskey.
My kitchen, and there was just a lot of things I needed to do, and I was watching this.
Greetings from Wolfgang, and greetings from all the others as well.
You can show me if you want.
Jen Russek and Gary in Amsterdam.
Hey,
Here they are, ground crew present.
thank you. Hello, everybody.
So, ground crew has arrived.
Pindas for later.
Peanuts, mate. Thank you so much. Some peanuts, nice.
Great to eat while on the air.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly or a peanut butter sandwich that nicely pastes your teeth together. That's exactly what you want when you're on air. Absolutely. Well, you picked a great day to be coming over. It's a bit windy. It's not too warm. It's not too cold. It's going to be much warmer in the upcoming days. So savor the moment while it is still decently doable.
Yeah, I waited for NATO to be over. But
Yeah.
Got my new car, so
How do you like the new car?
it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah?
I'll show you. It's so smooth coming out here.
I've never driven electric before. Have you before
Yeah,
this
I did
one?
Before this, yeah.
Okay. How does it compare with the others?
It's
You've
a
driven-
well, it's like a go-kart or a
Yeah?
golf cart, yeah. But
Because of the acceleration, or also because of the low center of gravity?
more the acceleration and just
Yeah.
speed, and you don't have to worry about oil leaking and
No.
fumes. And
No, that's a big upshot. I had to Google the type. When I saw you mentioning it in the chat, I was like, what's that? What does it look like? Yeah. Yeah, you can see it on pictures in the community section on the channel page, but I imagine it looks different when you see it in real life. That makes 3 airplanes for the airplane dance hit like. Oh, well, I cannot force anybody to be doing an airplane dance with me. You do realize that, guys. I can only politely ask, but there's no way that I can force them to do that. Military police is...
First to start with.
Sorry?
You need the likes first.
Yeah, I need the likes first to start out with first, and we are now at 715, so that's 285 still left.
anytime.
In about 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, no. Not even on weekend days are we able to get in the vicinity of 1,000 likes anymore. the pre-NATO summit momentum seems to have gone.
But also in the summer, it's usually more quiet with viewers.
No, but we had a lot of views, a lot of viewers in the weeks prior to the NATO summit. It was there was actually a momentum going that I never saw before. We also ended up with 200 subscribers almost after each stream. Yesterday, just over 50. Just to give an example. So, no. I truly think that the way lower average view duration that we had during the streams during the NATO summit, because all of the new viewers who briefly come in and go away again, that seriously reduces the average view duration. I think that really impacts the way the algorithm promotes the channel's content to new viewers. So I think, while it was good with respect to views and whatnot at the time, I think for the fallout is a bit less positive. But we'll see.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Exactly. That's the only thing we can go forward is by keep on doing what we've been doing.
It's probably a hangover right now, so.
Yeah, maybe there's airplane fatigue amongst the non-hardcore fans of aviation.
And for part of them, they just found the newest, latest, greatest thing.
Yeah,
To be,
yeah, that's always.
They just
Anyway, at Schiphol there's always a lot to see, and here we have flight 263 arriving from Warsaw.
wait for. I was like, okay, it's on Dumport, so we have.
It is an M175 long range. The Splin.
30 minutes and we'll explore.
The Splin is now landing and has taken 1 hour and 43 minutes to get here.
When it was over, I thought I realized.
Oh yes,
I could skip much TV.
Looking really polished.
I've always been working and watching stuff on YouTube at the same time, and sometimes it's work related, sometimes it's videos of people streaming stuff or whatever. And so for me, it's something I've been doing.
Wolfgang says the biker may have watched you last week doing the airplane dance and now is imitating you on his pass. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
People were repeatedly
Yeah, maybe he thought, oh, that's airplane dance guy, let me also do an on-bike airplane dance. Never thought of that before.
questions,
But there you go, people imitating me, that seems to be a new thing as of yesterday.
ask or first check on the internet. Is it already there? Is it there? Is it there? Where's Avon? Is it there?
Frank Aviator says, I vote at next 1000 likes, boy has to do the Macarena. I would have to learn that first. It's not too hard, but it's been so long since I last saw that clip that I would have to study it first to be able to replicate that. This is KLM flight 1216, arriving from Stockholm, 737-800, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Charlie Lima. And here it does have a Karen cabin.
For instance, you could still do it with the bike, but when you live in Amsterdam, sometimes you hardly get out of the ring. And at some point you realize, hey, I've been stuck in my city for a long time. And I remember living in
Okay. Am I correct in seeing that there are no airplanes in the immediate vicinity anymore? It seems like Iceland Air Flight 500 is the next airplane closest by right now.
Yeah, there's so much more.
need to get out because I'm only worried about what's happening here. And
Grant is also back. GF Photo, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy.
I live on Haarlem, so
We are awaiting traffic to the Polderbaan, and I think we'll see Iceland Air
I took the A
first,
for the cold. Yeah,
or maybe KLM flight 1502.
yeah, all the way up to Harlem. Because I worked there.
Wouldn't be surprised if the birth control is going to do an inspection in a few moments. Looking on flight radar. Looking on flight radar, we can see that the Emirates A380 is approaching Dutch airspace and should not be too long before landing here. It's probably going to be assigned to the center runway with an ETA of 103, but fingers crossed guys, we have seen it before that the A380, even though it was expected a few minutes past 1, did get assigned to the Polderbaan. Atlas is still flying in the vicinity of Krakow, but it has an ETA of 2:05 now, and that is good news because from 2 o'clock until 3:20 usually the secondary runway is closing. Looking at everything else that is coming in right now, it seems that Iceland Air Flight 500 is the first next airplane. Think it will arrive before or will, well, maybe KLM Flight 66 uniform will be first. The airplanes that are coming are still pretty far away. Iceland Air is coming in from the northwest. We have KLM arriving from Copenhagen that is coming in from the northeast. Air Baltic behind it. A slew of airplanes that is coming in via the southwest. And also a couple of airplanes that are arriving from the east, including Saudia, which now is expected around 1:03 p.m. It is the new livery, which I personally like better than the old livery with the beige. Emirates is also expected around 1:03. That can't all happen in the same minute, but at least it'll give you an idea of what is coming this way. The meter, just checking, probably hasn't changed substantially. Well, it does say 15 knots now. So 15 knots from the west-southwest. No more ceiling. We do have few clouds at 1600 feet and scattered clouds at 3300 feet. Temperature 22 degrees C. It's not cold, it's just a bit windy. Let me just paste the meter in the ticker and then it is back to the camera controls and we can continue with filming. Filming what, you might wonder? Well, that's a good question. Looking at the weather. A bit more open, looking further to the southeast towards Schiphol Airport. Looking at the main tower, you can see there's more dark sky in the southeast. Looking directly to the south, this is what it looks like. The wind is blowing from the west-southwest, so more or less where the lads are standing. And you can see it is still cloudiness that is drifting in. The sun is somewhere over there, high up in the sky. Looking to the east, also at the horizon, it looks a bit darker, so it looks like the more dense clouds are drifting out. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like so. Still horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. Han is coming in and is also leaving again. Watching Formula 1, just came around to donate my like. Have a great day. You too, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the F1. John is also back. Siebe, good afternoon. Siebe Jutte says, watched you for the first time during the NATO summit and have been hooked ever since. Well, I'm so glad to hear that, Siba. I hope that everybody who is watching is still enjoying the show, even though we are waiting for the next traffic. Wolfgang asks if Gary is related to ESA according to the shirt. He definitely is. He is working there. He's a rocket scientist. He is working on... what is it? Minerva? Project Minerva?
This
what?
is already launched. So,
oh, yeah. Minerva already launched. Yeah.
Kind of support systems for it.
The support system. So there you go. We've got a rocket scientist on the premises here.
Usually they're 5 days a week.
Yeah, except this week because of the traffic.
Yeah.
All because the Orange president might stay in the hotel, but actually went and stayed with the king.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder what they did if the rest of the delegation still stayed in the hotel, or if they probably must have stayed in the hotel.
Yeah, I'll find out. Yeah.
He'll probably have arrived with a big delegation, and if I'm sure that only he stayed the night.
Yeah, they were ready for him. I know that.
Yeah,
No matter
I think the entire hotel was rented by them.
Last time they had like container units in the backyard, something like that.
And just on the parking next to it, there's a big Ferris wheel. They I think that the Ferris wheel is still there, but they had to dismount the cabins of the Ferris wheel so that people wouldn't be able to climb in it. And well, you know.
It was just rotating snipers.
Yeah, indeed, rotating snipers. Each could have a go. Let's.
I really don't wear this off hours, but
No, but it's for easy to become to be recognized. Yeah.
It's your money paying for it.
If you watch, what is it? Willy?
Joop is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Peter PDK.
There's a guy on Dutch TV. He's always making jokes about the king and.
So let's see. VVV372 is returning from Olbia. That is probably going to land on
The king was.
runway 22 or something.
And then they had all these people coming, and then they were telling me, yeah, but
It's a bit
you have to sleep on the guard.
on a different course than the rest of the airplanes are. Iceland Air, flight 500, that's a 767 and it is flying base. What altitude is it flying on? Ooh, 750 likes. That's 250 left. Interesting, interesting, interesting.
To practice.
The ground crew is already warming up, stretching and practicing the airplane dance. Indeed, Frank, snipers in the Ferris wheel, that would be a giant Gatling gun. He is always on point, that man. Absolutely amazing. Thanks for your humor, Frank. Always a pleasure, always.
Now you arrived early.
I'm trying to see if I can spot the 767 already. It is flying base, it's still flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire.
Lunchtime on a busy day.
I'm looking, what altitude is it at? 2,700 feet, so
80, when it arrives, it's getting more crowded. That's usually the
on paper,
when people are gone. Afterwards.
Yeah.
somewhere over there,
There is a venue.
somewhere over there should be the 767. I'm looking.
And often they have like concerts or sports events.
So if you look at flight radar, you can see that the 767 should be somewhere over there, and yeah, I think that the clouds may be in the way a little.
For a big part.
It's also hard to it's always hard to estimate where things are in the air based on what you see on flight radar, on what you only see based on flight radar.
They're not like much stopper kind of guys in
Yeah.
the car. So usually it's a big mess here, and then
If that's full, what would you do?
I'm still struggling to see it, and I'm failing.
yeah, you
Should be turning in now according to flight radar. So I'm thinking maybe it is in the vicinity of the pipes already, or at least visually.
make sure that they have a spot.
And what's down there? Is it the
Uh,
other end of this? I'm always curious.
on the other end, there's the road.
Yeah, still unable to see anything.
The traffic, how to say it, roundabout.
Yeah.
And from the roundabout, the road continues to the other side.
Yeah, the N232 was closed off during the summit. For the photo tour, we were allowed to go a little bit in until one of the roundabouts. Over there, you can see some houses in the foreground. That's called Boesingenliede. It's basically a strip of some residential homes and some buildings. If you continue on that road, you'll end up at the McDonald's near the now closed off runway, which is under maintenance.
Okay.
You'll pass by the Corendon Hotel, which has the 747 in the front yard. That's the road connecting to the Polderbaan. So if I were to go to when I went from the from the center runway to the McDonald's, when they were doing runway roulette earlier in the week, I went onto that road, but only from a bit further to the east, then continued over there. That's more or less your direct route to the McDonald's and back.
Nice.
If you need to go there.
That's where like the Tesla charging is, right?
Yeah, they do have a couple of. I'm not sure if it's exclusively to taxi drivers only, but they do have some Tesla chargers over there, right, a bit towards P3. The
But also, I think across the.
hey, Maria is saying that the A380 has been assigned to the Polderbaan, guys.
Whoa!
It's coming this way. Hey, I'm also wondering, is the Saudia Dreamliner also coming this way? Because I thought Wolfgang mentioned yesterday, and he also texted me, I thought it was this flight, right? That also has a pilot on board that is flying in.
249 more likes.
Right, well, in the meantime, Iceland Air Flight 500 has arrived over here. I was looking, I couldn't see it. But now that it is on final, we can see it. It is a 767-300 2 hours and 30 minutes on the way from Reykjavik, Iceland. Registration Tango Foxtrot India Sierra November. Thank you, Maria, who will tell us in a few minutes. Saudi also, Ari already says. This 767 is 24 years old. It started flying it began its career as a professional airplane in August 2000. Let's look and listen.
Beautiful livery.
Yeah. Yeah. That's debatable, Jindrosek. I think there are more people that like the old livery better than this one.
I know, I agree.
Hey, Saudi is as well. Good news. So the Saudi Dreamliner in the new livery, nice. The white with the green retro-y stripe, is also coming this way. In the meantime, a bit of blue over there for the first time in a while. I also am feeling like the clouds over here are also a bit more thin. Yeah. Well, we're all wearing shorts here, so better get the sun out.
Sunscreen, I think.
I do have sunscreen with me
I brought some too, but thank you.
if push comes to shove.
AMS Live sunscreen. Some AMS Live vodka too.
Oh yeah. That's it's very popular for the selected in crowd that has access to it.
This isn't it. This is.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm here with a two-person ground crew in the form of Gary in Amsterdam and also Jendrosek Sip. We are here with crosswindy conditions. Not very hard, but it is still a bit windy. I do get the feeling that the wind is slowing down a little bit. It was also expected to slow down as the day progresses. Hey, a ducky has arrived on the scene. Nice. Let's have a quick look at the wheelie. The wheelie has ended. Ducky time. Daisy Duck. Where were you all along? Sleeping. Yeah. Now nibbling. There's some good food to be had over there if you look at how all those ducks are very enthusiastically
I like the salad bar.
the salad bar. Here I was thinking that they were eating water. I thought that the water was crispy and fibrous, but now you're telling me they're eating greens? What? Now, I'm happy to report you. Hey, and Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. I'm happy to report that it was mentioned just now, the A380 has been assigned to the Polderbaan and the Saudia Dreamliner behind it also.
It would be impossible if you have it separated.
Oh. No. I thought I had my preset set to infinity. Why? Oh yeah, no, it is. It is of course infinity. Jesus.
Jesus is not in the...
Yeah, Jesus is not here. Jesus is in London Luton. I know. No, I thought why is Daisy vague? But I set the preset which is set to infinity. I enabled it, but then I didn't realize that Daisy is a bit closer to me than infinity. But infinity is the setting I always have the camera on when filming the airplanes. It's a default setting. It prevents you from seeing focus dance when the camera is focusing in and out. That's what happens on autofocus, but that is not what
Yeah,
you want.
I also hate it with autofocus.
And even though it looks like the airplanes are really close by here, as the crow flies, it's still almost 200 meters. So when you set the camera to infinity and leave it at that, it is going to be crisp regardless. So basically only go to autofocus when I have to film duckies or anything else that is up close. For the rest of the time, everything is just set to auto, manual, and then focus set to infinity. Shh, trade secret.
Autofocus. It always fucks up your picture when you.
It often does. It often does.
Especially with planes, if they are
You need-
distance, then you miss it and it starts zooming, and then you
Yeah.
completely miss the
You
focus.
need to be very specific
Yeah.
with autofocus.
Well, it used to work until my eyes started to go backwards, and I noticed.
I used to have, or maybe I still do, but I haven't used it in a while, a DSLR, and you have several focal points, and if you have your point of focus right on that focal point, it will the autofocus will work good, but
Yes.
you have to keep the camera and the focal point on that on your subject.
Matrix, you can go
Yeah.
to the golden cut, so to say. So if you are visually able to keep that in your mind,
Yeah,
it will do it well. But if it goes outside of that frame
Yeah.
for a bit, it totally fucks up.
it's finicky.
I used to do everything manual until I noticed that my pictures were going bad.
Yeah,
It turned out to be my eyes. Yeah.
yeah. That's also one way of finding out that you need glasses.
Yes.
But then again, it's all those photo opportunities gone.
Well, with my camera, I can adjust to -2, I think. So you can.
But after you've taken a shot, you can still correct
No,
for.
no, no, no,
Oh yeah, the diopter. Yeah.
I can
That's plus or
take
minus
the
2. Yeah.
And so that worked until my eyes were going worse than the camera was possible to.
Oh dear. Blind mode.
I really got frustrated because it's just a way of working, and you're so used to it that once you have to change it, it really
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
And it feels like you get handicapped.
Yeah, it does. It does. In the meantime, an A321neo arriving from Rome, KLM flight 1602, and Wolfgang is telling us that Air Rasta Baltic is also coming. Flying base at the time of Wolfgang's message may have turned in already. It is 1:52, so question is, when is the first airplane to center going to turn in? Because we are going back to parallel arrivals again from 1 o'clock approximately. Lord Andrew says that Jesus is flying from Alicante to Luton. So yeah, Jesus will not be visiting the Netherlands anytime soon. We're still a godforsaken place. Let's see, what can we see coming this way? Hey, Autopilot on TV, belated afternoon to you too, mate. Ah, in bed with pneumonia, all the best, mate. Hope that'll clear quickly.
Yeah.
But I have access.
Yeah, a friend of mine.
KLM flight 1270 is arriving from Copenhagen. That's the next airplane that you can see. It's a 737-800, the Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Echo. 58 minutes in the air right now, 737-800. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight March 2014. It's starting to warm up here. I'm standing here with my vest on. I'm actually starting to think maybe going back into a polo is even better, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still no luck with the automated widgets, Paul. I tried to tell GPT and Claude what went wrong yesterday with both the membership and the membership birthday widgets. I've got 4 widgets that I tried earlier. For each of the 2, the membership birthday and the new member widget, I made 2 versions, one from GPT and the other from Claude AI. Tested them all. They still weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. It got even worse. They didn't trigger when they first did trigger, so it's getting worse. Maybe I should go back to the drawing board and have them draft code from scratch, be very specific with the requirements and see what they come up with. Painstakingly slow process that initially looked like it was making progress, now it looks like it wasn't.
Sometimes my TV, when I watch this,
But at least other stuff is going properly. Fulls well should have better voiceover, a better voiceover connection
talks like a minion
later in the week. Fulls well, it should arrive tonight. Sennheiser set. Hopefully I'll be able to dial it in on Monday. I'll be going out again with the DJI mic this weekend. But it will probably be the last weekend. This is KLM flight 1818, arriving from Frankfurt. The PHEZR Echo Zulu Romeo, 47 minutes on the way. It is another M190.
I didn't see that. No, I think I either wasn't watching or when was it? A couple of weeks ago.
The airplane, 14 years old, first flight August 2010.
No, I remember that.
I think I'll test your code tomorrow, Paul. I've given the AI a chance. Let's see how the human version operates. I'm cautiously pessimistic because you do have a panel in Stream Elements with which you can emulate events, and while you cannot emulate all events, you can emulate some, such as new memberships and whatnot. And I didn't see your code triggering any alerts while testing the emulation. But we'll see. We'll do a live test tomorrow. See if it results in something better than the AI was able to come up with. We'll see. We'll see. In the meantime, Air Baltic Rasta livery arriving from Riga. It's called the Lithuanian flag livery, but we all know this is just a big Rasta flag. 2 hours and a minute on the way. The Yankee Lima Charlie Sierra Kilo.
Yeah, well, I watched it.
Kilos of ganja, man. The airplane 6 years old, first flight August 2018. A380 is turning onto the glide slope. Maria says, thank you for your heads up. I wonder if we can see it with the low clouds in the way a little. Now I still think that the green engine casings look hideous, but at least with this color combination it looks a bit less hideous than with all the blues or all the reds. Daisy is still over here swimming. Rust. Kilos of ganja. Yeah, man. Hey there, Daisy. What up? Right, so the A380 should have turned in and should be on the glide slope right now. Ryanair is leading the way. There's an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen behind it. Where is the heavy hitter? So on paper,
This is the best chance for the audience to get the likes and
it's a good way, yeah. If the audience wants to see an airplane dance, we are still 218 likes away from that. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'll bet you a sizable chunk of money. Money.
Good. We need some build-up of tension again.
2 minutes away.
Cool.
2 minutes out, yeah. Only now can we just see the Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Oh wait, no, the A380 is still base. It is now approaching the glide slope, but where on earth is it?
Still in the clouds.
Yeah, I think the clouds are in the way.
The clouds sit in the wind.
Yeah, the clouds definitely are in the way.
Now clouds make the clouds go away.
Cloud AI, make the clouds go away.
It's killed itself.
I was gonna ask what the rubber bands are, but now I know.
It's the secret sauce to make it as smooth as you can.
Stick together.
Yeah, it's to keep the channel pasted together. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, somewhere over there should be an A380 approaching from the right.
Yeah,
If
it's
those,
approach.
oh yeah, I have it now. It is only vaguely.
Just right to the shit pipes.
Yeah, it is to the right of the shit pipes, or at least it was.
Yeah, it's the cloud.
Yeah, the clouds still in the way. It was visible briefly.
Clouds need more resources to render the image.
The clouds are busy rendering the footage. It's probably going to emerge somewhere in the center.
And I just saw it.
Yeah, me too. It was there, and then the clouds, and then clouds happened. Yeah, there you go.
Visual wizard.
The gear already extended.
No. Well, like
There you go.
Alright, but chances are even slimmer than chances on an airplane dance.
Paul says, I still think the issue are the events triggering from YouTube. I don't have much confidence that my code will work. Truth be told, I'm also not very optimistic, but we'll see. We have to try it to see it, and if not, then I'll just have to do things manually. If we're going back to the minimum baseline of people watching, I won't be so busy, and going over to the computer will not be such a chore, so it's a win-win. Saudia is turning in behind it. This is Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. The Alpha 6 Echo Mike, 6.5 hours on the way according to Flight Radar, 6.5 hours precisely. So that's a nominal flight duration. The airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in May 2013. Saudia Dreamliner right behind it. Clouds are still obscuring the Saudia Dreamliner, but it too has turned in. 787-10 Dreamliner in the new livery, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Knights on board. Ninjas. Well, samurai. Okay, so she's still closing in, drifting, crabbing. A go around would be nice, if it's not too much to ask for. Although, given the time of day, it might be that when it does go around, it would continue for its second attempt to the center runway, so maybe better not do that then. Not too bad, not too bad. Oh yeah, and look at the rudder. Never grows old, does it?
No. A good one.
Just look at those massive flaps. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Sounds the size of a barn door.
Never seen anything that big.
And they're one piece solid. It's just one big piece. Well, three pieces next to one another, but if you compare that with the 747-400, it has several bits that together form the flap surface. Alright, let's quickly turn around. Have a look at Saudia flight 215, arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights on board. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 28 minutes on the way.
Yeah.
The Hazard 29, HZAR29.
Looks like the old Transavia.
I wonder if there's an HZAR15 flying around as well, or... Nice landing. Idle reverse landing though. Could have been louder. Russell Crowe is saying hi. Russell Crowe did a flyby just now.
He missed you.
Yeah, where has he been all the while?
Delegated responsibilities to special services.
Oh.
3.
Yeah?
Yeah.
One way inspection or just eating lunch.
Nice combo shot there of the A380 and the 787-10. So there is another 747 coming.
Yeah, that's in about half an hour.
No, I think the ETA was shortly after 2 o'clock, so in an hour or so from now. Let's have a quick look on flight radar, see what is coming in. Quite a few airplanes are coming in from both directions, so let's filter the important stuff, the quad-engined airplanes. Atlas Air flying in East Germany right now with an ETA of 2:03. Because it is a couple of minutes past 2 o'clock, there is a chance that it is going to land on this runway, since it is arriving from the east. When it arrives between 1 and 2, likelihood of us seeing it on the Polderbaan are slim to none. Russell, in the meantime, has arrived on the scene. He is sitting on the excrement arc. The arc, the excrement. Arc du excrement. Something like that.
With a hangman's noose.
Hangman's noose, yeah, a loose noose. Wolfgang has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. So I'm going to stick around until Atlas Air will have landed, which will probably be for another hour or so then. This is BA flight 436, arriving from London Heathrow. That's an A320. It's a bit older, and I am saying that because of the smokiness that is emanating from the engines. I haven't even checked the age, but flight radar confirms that this airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in March 2002.
Used at such days. People are relating it to the Wednesday, but it's my country's flag. So, and some people immediately think you are a wide-wing fanatic.
This is the Golf Echo Uniform Delta.
Like, yeah, that doesn't
First flight March 2002.
choice is just I respect my country, and I like to show that. And people are always like, "Are you a racist? Are you?" Why? You know?
In the US, they have it on the toilet paper. They wear underwear. I like it.
Yeah, but in the US, I also
Okay, bird control is also over there.
both sides of the spectrum honoring their flag.
No check.
During the demonstrations, they will bring the flag.
Just oh,
Whoa, low flyby.
yeah, Harry Heron has been sighted. First time we're seeing him. Oh, and his nephew flying under the radar, but there are two herons now flying that way. Next up, KLM flight 1450, which is returning from Toulouse with nothing to lose but to lose. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Foxtrot. One of the many M that KLM has, number 190. 1 hour and 34 minutes on the way. Hey, that's good news, Collateral 82. Collateral 82 is telling us that there's a Delta A350 coming in from Atlanta in 20 minutes. The crosswinds are still blowing. Let's have a look and see what the meter has been saying. It does look... oh wait, no. I was about to say it does look like they are going to do a runway inspection right now, because I see traffic going to the center runway, but Air Transat is coming. A321neo arriving from Toronto, Canada. Still a bit further away, gives us some time to have a look on Flight Radar, see what is cooking. I mean, have a look at the meter and see what the weather has been doing. So last time we checked, the meter was from 12:25 local time. It's a bit later now, 12:55 should be out. And the newest report from 15 or 16 minutes ago is indicating that the wind direction hasn't changed. The wind speed also hasn't changed significantly. Temperature has climbed a little bit, 23 degrees C. It's not cold by any means here. Still as windy as we have had before. We're awaiting the arrival of Air Transat, which is an A321neo arriving from Canada, Toronto. Here we go.
But if there's like a storm or from a specific direction, it might be the open one that's open.
But it's under construction.
I think so, yes. Yeah, that's rotating. The Polderbaan here, it was under construction.
Turkish A330 is flying base and is expected to turn into the glide slope of the center runway pretty soon.
They have like 4 or 5.
Parallel arrivals have begun officially. Transavia flight 6464, the Peter Pan livery arrival from Mykonos is approaching. It is right there. KLM Peter Pan livery. Peter Pan Vacation Club is a good cause that organizes things for children that are sick, days out and whatnot. Peter Pan Vacation Club livery from Transavia. It's the Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra India. Returning from Mykonos in Greece, 3 hours and 18 minutes on the way.
You have headwind both ways. That's typical Dutch. So when you go to school, you have headwind.
The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in March 2013.
Yeah, I think it's one of the ugliest liveries I ever saw. Yeah, there's an inspection. But
Are they also doing an inspection right now?
yeah, no, he's just driving with his lights.
Yeah, that I saw that before already. Air Transat is next. Should be, yeah, it's not too far behind. I'm now actually seeing bits of blue in the northern part of the sky over here as well. Looks like, yeah, it's clearing up. It's getting more sunny. It's getting more warm.
Band of
The wind.
clouds, is dissolving towards the east.
Yeah. K2 honking as they drove by to the south. Beep beep. This is Air Transat arriving from Toronto in Canada, flight 376. 6 hours and 57 minutes on the way now. It's the Sea Joyf. Charlie Golf Oscar India Foxtrot is the registration. A321, 6 years old, first flight June 2019. Indeed, the wave of the birth control, Micah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, over here and there.
Yeah.
And there, sometimes there's a mowing convention, so you have like 10 mowers going around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. You get
Flying parallel to this airplane to center is KLM flight 1800, that's number 190, returning from Düsseldorf.
I've been here when there was snow, so you have 10 snow plows.
Nice use of the reversers. And the number 190 arrived from Düsseldorf over there, KLM flight 1800. Tapa Portugal next to arrive, flight 668 arriving from Lisbon. And behind that, but to the parallel runway, is Turkish flight 1957, and that is an A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. Hey, and Daisy has returned over here. What up, Daisy?
Float up and down the street.
Eating some water. Nice and fibrous water here. The water is all green, so it must be filled with fibers. Tapa Portugal is next. Also one of the A320 family. This is an A321 Neo. Charlie Sierra Tango Juliet Mike is the registration. 2 hours and 24 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here from Portugal. 7-year-old airplane. First flight April 2018 already. I'm wondering, when was the first A321 Neo going into, well, not so much production, but when was the first delivered? Surely not too far before 2018. Alright, Turkish A330-300, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Istanbul, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours of flight time, and that is no different for this airplane. 3 hours and 3 minutes underway. Tango Charlie Juliet November Juliet is the registration. This airplane has been flying since November 2010, making it 14 years old. Turkish.
Turkish delight.
Also nice detail is the tulip on the back side of the fuselage. Tulips originate from Turkey, even though... Yeah, Sinterklaas as well.
Two famous Dutch things.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah?
Two things the Netherlands is famous for. Although we probably gave the Black Pete twist to Sinterklaas.
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
probably our doing.
Everything includes racism.
Zwart.
Andy G says, surely the Neo flew before the Max. Is that so, mate? And Lord Andrew says, January 2016 to Lufthansa. The first A320 Neo or A321 Neo? Is it specifically the 21?
It was extended at first. It was delayed, so to say.
What?
The first delivery of the Max, I think they were delayed a bit.
I don't recall. Could be. Wouldn't be surprised, since everything in aviation is always delayed. Flights, airplanes, engines.
Ryanair is in time.
Yeah, but Ryanair puts pedal to the metal. That's the exception to the rule. This is Air France, flight 1796. Another M190, arrival from Lyon. Well, what's that in the background? That is EasyJet. Also something that you hardly ever see over here.
Must be from Luton.
No, Dubrovnik, Croatia.
Dubrovnik.
Air France is coming in again, but this time with a more aesthetically pleasing airplane, an A220-300. Croque monsieur, oui oui, omelette du fromage, à bientôt. Air France flight 1740 is next, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, A220-300. De Verhupsenusse. Yeah, no, let's not try to pronounce that. Foxtrot Hotel Papa November Charlie. Yeah, try to make a word out of that. Good luck. 40
minutes.
Sorry?
42 minutes? Or how long?
45 minutes the flight time. So perfectly nominal.
It's more taxi than actual flight time. Well, it might break even.
Yeah.
Brussels is more taxi than
Is it such a long taxi at Paris Charles de Gaulle as well?
Not as long as here.
Not from Polderbaan to the main platform area, no.
No,
My
Charles de
thoughts
Gaulle is
exactly.
fairly busy, so
I don't think so.
Are there,
Faster than
well there must be, are there airfields out there in the world that have longer taxis than the Polderbaan to the gate taxi? There must be one or two, but
taxi at JFK
Your
can
followers
also
know.
be long.
JFK?
Yes. Ah, no, there was a whole line of.
Yeah, but you're talking length. You're talking about length due to traffic. But I'm talking about the physical distance. Yeah,
Yeah, like Hong Kong or something. Yeah.
Hong Kong too.
Yeah, I think they're very far runways. Yeah. They don't.
Well, it's a good thing that the Polderbaan is only used for departures to the north and not from the south to the north. Otherwise, people would have to also taxi all the way to the northern threshold first.
That would be long.
That would make it even longer.
Yeah.
Could have flown to Brussels in that time span.
Even if they would backtrack, there is no way of taking a departure here. What?
A typical whale sound, typical of geared turbofan engines that they have on board these airplanes and also on E2 Embraer 195s. On paper these are quiet airplanes, but that whale sound that you are hearing sometimes is very loud, and when airplanes are arriving, for instance, to the Kaagbaan and fly over not too far from where I live, it is actually really loud.
Mag ik een handtekening en foto?
Hey, ja tuurlijk.
Groot fan.
Wat leuk man. Hoe heet je?
Lars.
Lars. Hey Lars, ik ben Boy. Aangenaam. Fotootje? Hi, Boy.
Dennis.
Ja,
Dennis.
Ook,
Mooie pet man. Mooie pet. Super.
You want a photo? Ja.
Ja, of course.
Nou, lachen dan. Mooi zo.
Super.
ook, als je een handtekening hebt,
Een handtekening, hè? Oh ja.
helemaal voorbereid.
Waar wil je dat ik hem zet?
Doe maar hier.
Doe maar hier.
Dankjewel.
Alsjeblieft. Hey, wil jij een sticker man?
Ja, is goed.
Of heb je die al? Kijk eens, heb je ook nog een sticker erbij? Alsjeblieft man. Leuk dat jullie even gekomen zijn.
Dankjewel, ja. Waar komen jullie vandaan? Ik uit Assendelft. Dit is mijn neefje Lars, die komt uit Os.
Os. Lars is helemaal uit Os gekomen. Lars came all the way from Os. That's in Brabant, toch? That's in the south of the Netherlands. Came all the way over with his nephew to say hi and get a picture and an autograph and then also a sticker. But the picture was the most important thing. Were you guys here already for the A380?
We just arrived.
Just arrived, so you were able to see it and hear it. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, it doesn't land on this runway often when it is arriving after 1 o'clock, so it was really lucky there. Yeah. They usually open up the center runway on days like today with the current wind, and they usually let it land on that runway, so it was a really lucky break to see it up close here.
Nog naar de camera's bij iedereen?
Tuurlijk, als je dat wil, absoluut. Ja, nee, ik laat dat niet zomaar mensen doen, omdat niet iedereen het ook wil. Dit is Lars. Lars is saying hi. He has a beautiful cap with an autograph right now and also a picture with me. Awesome. Leuk man.
Ja, bedankt.
Ja, hartstikke graag gedaan.
Yeah, so you mentioned the howling sound, right?
Ja, de houding sound.
Under the 18 center
Ja,
in Assendelft.
ja.
So it's super annoying.
Ja. I live in Lisse. That's if they land on the Kaagbaan, almost the same. You can almost hear.
In Haarlem, more or less in the same line as
Amsterdam. Yeah, yeah. I hear it all day. Yeah, yeah. And I'm often like, Amsterdam is really a nice place. And I often thought I really want to live there, but then you're like, no. Yeah, yeah. You're not getting over it. But it's new, right? Like in the last 15 years.
Here we have Walling in the meantime, and after this we are going to get a Delta A350, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, it has increased because I don't know why. I think it's also part of the way.
Delta A350 next after this, and a Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, flying parallel to it.
Last week I had a skate.
Lars, er gaat nu een A350 aankomen van Delta. En parallel daaraan een 777 van Qatar die uit Doha komt.
Always thought it sounded like a Star Trek thing coming out of warp speed. Is that even near that?
So this is Delta Airlines flight 9892. Is that a relocation flight or a training flight? That's not a typical flight number. It is arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It is an A350, 7 hours and 37 minutes away. The November 507 Delta November. Ground crew all of a sudden has gone completely silent. they were chattering all the while, and then all of a sudden things got really quiet over here. The same happened when Air Force One took off. Everybody got silent. Also, the sounds of traffic got really silent all of a sudden, really eerie. You could feel that something was up.
Qatar is over there, but you can't.
Yeah, Qatar is also over there. This airplane is 7 years old. First flight January 2018. Qatar over there. The one getting away. Qatar 777-300. Now I'm going back to the A350. Will it get loud? Fingers crossed it will. Oh, tiptoe. Noise. Alright. No wheelie. Will we get this noise then? Come on. Come on. Nah, that's an idle reverse landing, guys. That is disappointing. Oh! Huh? Did you guys hear that as well? It was pulling up just a little bit.
Gust of wind.
Oh, could have been a gust of wind as well. Yeah,
Is it this button? No, that
could be.
This button.
Could be.
No, that button. Okay, I'll press it anyway.
Hey, Lifeline 2, good to see ya. Chavs, good to see ya.
They can hear us a little bit, yeah. Past the mountain or He's got a good sound deafening.
Also, but
What else is... Embraer 175, a referee from Turin is next. KLM flight 1640.
Yeah.
Parallel arrivals are in full progress. A KLM 777-300 is behind it. That's KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. What else is coming? 777 arriving from Mumbai, but that is flying on the extended base leg over Markarmeer already. Will we be seeing any wide bodies anytime soon? It does look like there's an ETA coming again, a Bombardier C Series 100. That is now flying downwind over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Should be approaching pretty soon. Bob says, beauty sleep time here. Thanks for the great stream and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining, Bob. Have a nice sleep and we'll see you again during the next one, hopefully tomorrow. So this is KLM flight 1640, Embraer 175, arriving from Turin in Italy. 1 hour and 31 minutes on the way. Now touching down the PHEXK. Oh, little bit of spooling up. First officer, still very much busy flying the airplane. Hey, Chris Coot is also there. I'm not sure if you can see him. The camera is positioned a bit lower. Yeah, there he is. You can hear him. He's saying if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you want to help the channel reach a wider audience. This is KLM flight 744. It is arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru is in Latin America, and if you go up from Peru, you'll end up in eventually. This is KLM flight 744, 777-300 underway now for 11 hours and 18 minutes. Registration is the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Victor.
It dropped back a bit, but the average in general was getting more higher.
Yeah.
But in the summer it's always going down a bit.
Yeah, because he gets a lot of people from the US too.
Yes, but a lot of people are or age groups, so to say, and especially in the Netherlands, you can clearly see that it's people sitting at home watching the show. But they watch the
It's narrow bodies fast after this for a while. I see narrow bodies in all different shapes and sizes going to both runways.
Oh no, for me it's
There is a Chinese triple coming, but that's going to the center runway unfortunately.
couch, do absolutely nothing and watch the whole thing. But sometimes I also just put the laptop in my garden and I start gardening or do whatever I want to do, and in the end I have it finished. So it can be both sides.
The slots open. Will the engines spool up? As expected, they don't. Idle reverse, typical KLM style landing. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. That's their motto. Have a look at the flap surfaces. They are immaculately clean again, as always. Almost always, I should say.
Feed my cat.
Atlas is expected 2:01, Ari says. So it's making up a few minutes, and in this case that's not good. We want it to be a few minutes past 2, because then it'll more than likely land on Polderbaan, and if it is at or around or before 2 o'clock, it's probably going to land on the wrong runway. Then again, we were lucky with the A380, so
Especially because I live close. It's
fingers crossed.
he was on
In the meantime, Embraer Fest is continuing. This is Embraer 175, flight 1354, arriving from Prague. And our own Embraer is coming over there. That's an Embraer 190, arriving from Nantes. KLM flight 1420, operated by Air France Op. That's interesting. This is a KLM flight, but it is Air France Op that is operating it. Don't think we've seen that before. I only recall KLM flying their own airplanes, British Hopper and German Airways.
And I have to tell myself, okay, stop this because I can't be in a management meeting or watch this.
Indeed, Ari, give it some tailwind, no headwind. Of course, it needs to be delayed. More headwind. Maybe ATC can direct them a little bit touristically. Hey, what's this? Wow,
Never seen that.
that's a wide.
It's a farmer.
Yeah, but that's a wide excavator tractor hybrid thing. Almost as wide as the entire cycling path.
The tractor itself is really low.
Yeah. It's a vehicle that we've never seen here before. Wonder if it is going to enter into the field pretty close by, because hopefully we'll get a profile shot of that later. Yeah, I think it is. Well, it seems to be slowing down. I can see it in between the pipes. Is it turning in already? Undoubtedly it's going into a field at some point. Should be interesting to see what it looks like from the side. It definitely looks a bit different from regular excavators or regular tractors. QJ says it's called a telehandler. Why am I not surprised that there's somebody in the live chat who knows what we just now saw?
What is it?
Yeah, QJ already mentioned it is a telehandler.
Oh.
A telehandler.
Is that like a reach truck?
I have no idea, mate. Don't ask me. I'm just a messenger here. Also, don't shoot me.
No. Just kick.
This is an American
The only shots fired here are by hunters and bird control. You still need a bulletproof vest here.
Vodka shots.
And vodka shots, of course. Speaking of which,
That gets the most reaction. Is that sound?
yeah, people, all elderly people needing to go to the bathroom mostly.
It's like a pee break. Finishing it.
What the hell was that?
What was that?
I liked it when all the people came in and then trying to be content directors from the chat. Yeah, you shouldn't mention the vodka. You know, it's just what we do here. It's the
What?
banter.
Were the people saying that you shouldn't mention it or what?
There were the guys just flew in for the day. You know, the day.
Okay, and why were they saying that we shouldn't mention the vodka?
I don't know. Maybe he was.
Protect people from themselves.
Ah, okay. It's a trigger. It will probably trigger the recovering alcoholics and
Yes.
would cause relapse.
Yeah.
Okay. Vodka. Vodka.
That was a bit of.
More vodka. More vodka. Mmm, tasty. Hey. What's this? It's a KLM 737 using the reversers. That's quite exceptional.
Maybe we should have.
If I eat some beans, I also can create some strong winds.
Tailwind.
Tailwinds, yeah, tailwinds, strong tailwinds.
I think you need Aim's like.
If I need to go somewhere more rapidly, I usually have some beans and I'll have some explosive
Aero Mexico.
Mexico, explosive tailwinds. In the meantime, over here, something ETA bluish is coming our way. And behind that, flying to the parallel runway, is a 777 arriving from Mumbai in India. This is ETA Airways Flight 114, a Bombardier C-Series 100 arriving from Milan. Now usually when there is one ETA, the second one is never too far away. I'm not sure if that also is in this case. ETA Airways Flight 114 arriving from Milan, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the way. Gorgeous livery, gorgeous machine. And this is the EIHLA. Bombardier C-Series 100, aka A220. Almost 2 years old, it'll turn 2 in October this year. Such a fantastic livery. I particularly like it, you can see it here in this lighting, that there are also intricate details on the tail and also on the back part of the fuselage.
Italia.
Che bello, che bello.
Nicest one out.
In the meantime, an angry looking Chinese cargo freighter, 777 freighter arriving from Mumbai in India, seems to be saying, I don't want to go to the Netherlands, I want to go back to India. Or maybe go back to China. It's a 777 freighter, Bravo 18776, left Mumbai 9 hours ago. I'm always surprised how far Mumbai still is flying from here. Then again, when I see the Dreamliners or triples arriving from Japan with 13 hours on the clock, I realize, oh yeah, it's still relatively close by.
Mumbai is like 7 hours.
In the meantime, Micah just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the show, Micah. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I hope you're going to like it in the lounge. You have 34 custom emojis at your disposal now. Use them however you see fit. Don't forget to spam us with them, get creative with them. I implore all of you members to get creative with them. Also, if you have any ideas for the 2 placeholders, the 2 new custom emoji slots that we got released recently because of crossing through 1800 members, chime in the community section.
Ita was by itself.
ETA is by itself?
Yeah.
What?
Couldn't find
What?
a brother or sister
That is not good. Another KLM 737 is drifting in. It's arriving from Eden in Scotland. 1 hour and 5 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Alpha. Hey, Gary, check it out. Another Gary. Gary Grieb is over here. We're surrounded by Garys today. Yeah, well, not anymore. Gary just dove under. Mother ducker. It's what they always do.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a premium, so I'm biased when it comes to.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's a lovely pass as well. Virtual pass.
Rome, so I have to go to.
Ah, when in Rome. Poor you.
Well, in Rome you always have good connectivity because you can be...
Also, a massive big thank you to Eltink Tattoo and Angel Piercings for celebrating 2 months of membership. Thank you for your continued support, my friend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking or if we're running low on supplies. Massive big thank you, Eltink. And over here we have KLM flight 972, that's number 170 arriving from Humberside. And number 170 long range. How long is the range it has flown then, you might wonder? 197 nautical miles. Mecca Mac also back in the chat, good to see ya.
It's a Hyundai Impostor.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
The airplane is 20 years old. Its first flight was in 2005 somewhere. Month not specified on flight radar. Is the
When you see, I could see how far it was.
is the 747 already in Dutch airspace and has it already been assigned a runway? Probably won't be too far out. I am a little bit afraid of it being assigned to the center runway, but Vanilla Eastern. Vanilla. Grrr.
Yeah, 20 kilometers, but 34, that's really going slow.
yeah.
I never even.
Embraer Invasion. We have an Embraer 175 arriving from Inverness in Scotland coming in on Polderbaan, and an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich that is going to the center runway.
Just 50, so it has changed, so that's slowing you down.
And I've gotten too many of those.
And Alan Thorborn also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Have we all recovered from the excitement of Air Force 1, Air Force 2 and all the NATO? Great stream, boy. Only just.
I try to avoid it. Usually if I get a ticket, it's in the case of
Yeah, it's been an eventful week.
not with the car, but with
But one that I wouldn't have want to miss.
or usually just frustrated
And Mighty Raven Dark, thank you for keeping us informed. Atlas Queen to enter Dutch airspace in a minute. KDD asks, quick question, did we catch WestJet fly in a few hours ago? We did. We definitely did, KD. It has landed here. Should be on the gate at the terminal building somewhere right now.
I know how it is. I had the same
Embraer 175 arriving from Inverness. But looky here, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is in Latin America. If you travel from Sao Paulo to the northwest, you'll end up in... Now if you grab a boat and you go towards the east, you'll end up in...
you get a warning now, but next time it will be fine.
This is KLM flight 792, a 777-300 10 hours and 56 minutes on the way from Sao Paulo to Amsterdam. And this used to be Marissa's beloved, the PHBVD. It used to be in the SkyTeam livery, one of 3 airplanes back then in KLM's fleet, donned in the SkyTeam livery. Right now there are 2 airplanes left, an Embraer 190 and a 737-900 that are still in the SkyTeam livery.
Why do you even spend time on this? It's
Yeah, and this used to be the third.
upward from 5.
This used to be the third.
And it will be like 5.
Hey, Atlas is coming to the Polderbaan. Something magical about the ground crew here today. Thank you guys for.
We call ahead.
Yeah. It's good luck charm that seems to be working. Another heavy hitter that is coming this way.
Yeah, the group meeting at the parking lot, offering chickens and goats.
Ah, so how many chickens and goats you guys had to sacrifice for this?
At least 3.
At least 3.
Yeah. Really?
Wheelie, and what a wheelie it is. Oh man. Level up. What a wheelie, nice. Hey Ricardo, Ricardo gaat weer vandoor. Tot de volgende. Fijne dag Ricardo. Me, I'm going to stick around until Atlas has landed here on the Polderbaan. After that, I am also going to scoot, but until then, parallel arrivals here on the Polderbaan. What else is coming? I see narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. It's almost all narrow bodies, but there is Delta Airlines Flight 74 flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire towards the coastline of the Netherlands, and that is an A330-300. Still several minutes out. We have to wait through a lot of narrow bodies before it is going to land here. BA Flight 434 is next. A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Frank says, yo, bruh. What's up? My nose wheel. You can see that this airplane is a bit smoky, which leads me to think it is pretty old already, and scrolling down to the details on flight radar tells me it is indeed 25 years old already, hailing from a time where engines were a bit more smoky than they currently are on average. First flight was in November 1999. A319, there you go. Bit of blue sky over there to the northwest, and on the scale of chimney smoke, things currently are looking like this. The wind isn't slowing down significantly. It's been continuously blowing from the west to southwest, and that makes why the airplanes are crabbing today. Lovely to see another day at the Polderbaan where we have crosswindy arrivals. One of the best places to be seeing them. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Kjell Jorvik, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that, but you said screw it, I'll do it anyway. That's 5 new members courtesy of you, and I hope each and every one of them will thank you for the gifted membership. If you are a new member, whether it is gifted or by your own volition, don't forget you guys have access to all the custom emojis. Have fun with them, get creative with them, make us laugh, use them as inappropriately as you can think of. I challenge you all to have fun with them. Thank you so much, Kjell Jorvik. I need some vodka to get my juices flowing again, and it looks like we will have a few minutes to do that because the next airplane to Polderbaan is Vueling. It's turning in the distance. Means that everything for the time being is going to the center runway. Does that mean they are going to do a runway inspection in the meantime? I do see the bird control vehicle over there. I'm thinking it is on the runway. Yeah, that certainly looks like a bird control inspection of the runway. It is most definitely a runway inspection. And it is K4 who has arrived on the scene. Full as well, Egypt Air should be approaching next to the center runway. That is over there. And you can see there's still relatively high humidity, and it is an A321 or 20 Neo. Let's see. 21. Those are kings at producing those flap tip vortices that you can see. Some airplane types are better at producing them than others. And the A321neos are absolute beasts at producing them. It's indicative of relative high pressure. I say relative high pressure, relative high humidity, of course. Because these vortices are always there, but with high humidity, you'll see the condensation and you'll start seeing the vortex. You need relative high humidity for that to happen. Not sure about the actual physical process that causes the condensation. Maybe it's a drop in temperature because the air gets speed up. Lower end temperature means that water vapor condensates more rapidly. Hey, you're welcome, Hank. You are welcome. Adi says, looks like KLM flight 1294 is going to be the last to the center runway. That is probably also why the 747 is coming this way. 747 right now is still at Kampen, Zwolle, the east of the country. Still has some flying to do to get here. In the meantime, a KLM 777-200 arriving from New York JFK is also coming this way. And the first airplane to Polderbaan has just turned in. That's Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga. Jeff says, drop in pressure. Drop in pressure, yeah, but what does that cause? Probably lowering of the temperature, or
It's the wind speeding over the wing.
no, but it's the vortex that emanates from the flap tips. That always happens. But why does it show when the humidity is relatively high? Why does the water vapor become? Why does it condensate so that it becomes visible? It's either temperature or pressure or both.
Yeah, or yes, yeah, it's difference in temperature which causes the pressure to change. And then
I think it's the difference in speed that causes the difference in pressure.
Yes, that's what I said. The wind speeding over the wing, and then when it leaves the wing, it changes in speed again, drops, and then it causes the effect.
No, but that's not right. It should speed up because speeding air is slow. It has lower pressure than slower air. That's why there's lower pressure over the top foil, which is curved.
Yeah.
Means that the air has to travel faster over the wing than under the wing, causes a lower pressure. That's the theory of lift. That's the lift, yeah. Oversaturation of the air. Condensation as a result of pressure drop in pressure.
Okay, so there's.
Yay, physics!
Well, yeah. I get it. Yeah.
You have a rocket scientist there, ask him, Jeff says.
It's not my specialty.
It's not his specialty. Oh dear.
When you wouldn't ask. Like, where's the weather guy?
Ta ta ta.
What is this?
This is a remote zoom. This is to zoom in and out. So without me needing to touch the camera, I can zoom in and out. It's also varying in speed, so I can by mildly rotating it, I can zoom in and out slowly.
So cool.
Yeah, the zoom speed increases as I turn it more.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Nice setup.
it actually was a free gift from Lambert Blikman, who once took a picture of me before, and he once came over and he said, I found this laying around in my house. I'm not using it anymore.
Yeah.
Could it be of use to you? I said, well, I'll give it a try. Before that, I was filming with my hands on the camera controls, on the handle and on the camera, and that introduces more vibrations. it took some getting used to, because on the camera I have my zoom rocker set to a fixed speed. One is for slow zooming, the other for fast zooming, so I had just two fixed speeds with which I zoomed in and out. So going from that to a gradual zooming in and out took some getting used to, but now I if it breaks I'll buy another one myself, because it makes that you can zoom when there's a departure or there's an arrival and the airplane magnifies or gets smaller because of the increasing distance. You can carefully zoom in a little bit, and if you do that right, the relative size of the airplane stays the same, so it looks like it is standing still, even though you can see the lights blinking and whatnot. So makes for and the fact that not everybody will appreciate or will recognize what
Yeah, it's a behind the scenes stuff, very smooth.
yeah, one of the things that makes my footage smooth. Then again, most people don't give a shit. They'll look at somebody who doesn't speak English and uses an iPhone for crying out loud. So most people don't care. They'll even watch webcam footage and. But for the critical user, this is the bee's knees.
Camera's smaller than I thought too.
Yeah, this is a relatively compact camera. There are still smaller cameras. I know that Jerry from Big Jet TV uses an even smaller camera, and I can see why, because on days like today where there is moderate wind, let alone when it is really windy, you'll introduce a lot of vibrations, particularly since I also have the phone on my camera screen attached to my camera. Before having the blimp, I also had the microphone attached to the camera as well. I also once tried filming with a monitor, a bigger screen that I could attach to the handle. Makes the surface area so much bigger. If you're indoors, that's perfectly fine. Out here, you're susceptible to the wind. Yeah. The smaller your area, the surface area, the better. You actually need it to be as small as possible to make the setup least susceptible to the wind.
Your phone is a big sail though.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It is arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's an A330-300, 7 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The November 820 November Whiskey. "17-year-old airplane, first flight August 2007. The airplane is still crabbing. For some reason it seems to be crabbing more severely than some of the smaller airplanes were.
It's Alaskan crab.
Ah.
The big ones with the large legs.
Well, let's listen and hope for some reverser action. No dice. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's terrific. It looked for a long time like we weren't going to get any noise, but luckily they did reverse after all.
They were hiding behind the couch.
They were thinking, shall we do it or shall we not? Now, if all is well, we should see another wide body not too far behind. Yeah, airplane number 3 is that 777-200 arrival from New York. Unfortunately, even though the sun once again has begun to shine over here, the sun is still interfering. The clouds are still interfering with glide slope visibility. Right now, only one airplane on the glide slope can be seen, but there are 3. Oh wait, you guys can now see the second one as well. 885 likes, that's 115 still away from the airplane dance. I told you, Jendrosek, you were saying, oh, you need to do an airplane dance. No, mate.
No, I was telling them
Dodging bullets here. Dodging bullets here.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I'm jinxing people into liking, but
Yeah.
we
Reverse psychology. E2, Embraer. Whining and bitching.
747, right?
East Coast is just waking up.
Oh, you were seeing all three. Yeah, I'm still struggling to see everything on my 3.5-inch camera screen. The LCD is relatively bright, but the sun is shining right from behind.
The 747 is over EHAM.
EHAM.
Permanent.
Ah, permanent. So on paper, if it is perfectly blue, we should see it somewhere over there in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke.
Exactly. I'm gonna get my binoculars.
Yeah, no, I think the clouds are in the way, Jindrusik.
Yeah, it's in the cloud ceiling, so.
I think you'll miss the entire base lag and we'll only start seeing it once it is on final.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just like oh, check it out. 777 came out of the clouds, looked like it was causing some effects in the clouds as well. Alright, another Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 arriving from Paris, 49 minutes in the way. This is the Verhuzzux. That's Foxtrot Hotel Zulu Uniform X-Ray. Air France, oui oui, omelette du fromage. Vin rouge. Oui oui, bien sûr. And a carrying compartment, a carrying cabin as well. I feel a butt shot incoming. Yep, there you go. Jörg says, boy, your smooth zoom and following the objects is what makes your footage so great. Yeah, that's what purists will notice. Your average Joe will probably not even notice all the work that goes into it. A lot of people still think, oh, you can just, hey, if another runway opens up, why don't you pack in and go there? It's like a 15 minutes drive. Yeah. I'm not. My setup is not as elaborate as Kevin's from AVL, but it is also not the smallest.
And then next to the unpacking and getting ready, there's the traffic part. And,
the traffic part is the short bit.
Yeah.
Unloading, packing everything in and setting it up again will take you almost the better part of an hour.
Yeah.
This is KLM Flight 646 arriving from New York, JFK. KLM Asia arriving from the United States of Asia, as Marissa would say. 6 hours and 16 minutes it has flown to get here, the PHBQF. That's a nice 777-200. And even though it is KLM Asia, those flap surfaces are squeaky clean. And look, butt shot. 777 butt shot. That's a nice bonus.
Taking cheater's lane.
Yeah, not always that you see that happening. Often KLM wide bodies, they roll out on relatively high speed. Like we say, vacate late, sooner to the gate. Maybe they'll need to. They were asked to vacate early. Don't know. There's a 737 behind it and a CRJ. Not sure if Michael is still in the chat, but if you are, number 2 is for you. Now look around in the sky. This is what it currently looks like. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. The wind is blowing from the southwest more or less. So we're right on the edge of where there's more cloudiness to the south and less cloudiness to the north now. It was expected to clear up all over the country as the day progresses. Atlas Queen is number 4 to land. That's good news, guys. This is KLM Flight 1852 arriving from Munich. That's a 737-700.
I have key hangers like this, but also software. So if you
900 likes. Thank you all so much for the support, guys.
that's the place to go.
If you are enjoying what you're seeing and haven't done so already, consider leaving an additional like or maybe subscribing to the channel. Those are free and easy ways if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people. CRJ is approaching. SAS CRJ, I wonder if it is the same that we saw pass by overhead earlier in the stream. Didn't take note of where it was flying to, but this is returning from Copenhagen. SAS flight 547, a CRJ 900, long range. 1 hour, 3 minutes on the way. That's the nominal flight duration for Copenhagen to Amsterdam. The airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in 2009 somewhere. The month is not specified on Flight Radar, unfortunately. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. The 747 is now third. We can see the number 2. Is Her Majesty already visible then? I wonder. Taking a sneak peek behind my laptop screen, where there's less reflections and the footage is a bit bigger. I'm not seeing it, but she should be arriving pretty soon. Alrighty. This is SAS arriving from Copenhagen. And I already said just now, I wonder if if this is the same that we saw before passing by overhead. Might well be. Although this one seems to be all white, and wasn't the other one that passed overhead, wasn't that recognizable as SAS? I think it was. Yeah, so this is a different one then. Almost certainly. This is the, yeah.
Guantanamo Bay Express.
Is that still a thing, Guantanamo Bay? Does it?
Getting more big now.
Oh, more terrorists, right?
No, not terrorists, but
Refugees.
people are going there. Yeah.
No, I think
Oh,
it's just being expanded as a base. It looks like that.
Yeah.
First it was
Guantanamo Bay. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. That was something that was constantly on the news right after 9/11, and then things got quiet around it.
There's still some 9/11 people there.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's really ridiculous.
No trial.
No trial, not
Without a trial.
You missed the bucket.
Yeah, I'm sobering up. That's why I keep forgetting. Just took a sip of nice Amos Live vodka.
Queen is coming.
Right, the Queen is coming.
The end is getting near.
The end is getting near.
The best part of the show is the end of it.
Yeah, there she is. It is the last airplane for today's show, but I will be back again tomorrow if the weather will allow me to, but I'm pretty sure it will. I also have some other stuff to do, so this is going to be my last airplane for today's show for you guys. Hey there, Karsten, who says good afternoon. Karsten joined us right at the wrong moment. Well, right at the right moment to see the last airplane, which is a 747, so in that sense a good timing, but it is the last airplane for today, so in that sense bad timing.
And soon you will have people complaining about no longer doing late shows.
Yeah. You should start doing more late streams and nights. Well, night streams would be good because then the sound effect board, the stream effects board would be visible better. Anyway, this is Atlas Air Flight 8153 arriving from Almaty, and that is in Kazakhstan, right?
Yes, I think
Yeah. 7 hours and 48 minutes. That's definitely a bit further away.
Almaty CA Olympics? Or was it Almata?
I am not sure. Wouldn't know. This is the November 493 Mike Charlie, and this is a 747-400. 26 years old already. First flight October 1998. I was still in middle school. Reversers? Yes! Albeit briefly.
Sounded like it was just for the camera.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dan, pilot flying. Or pilot non-flying, and whoever it was that pulled the lever. Flap surfaces seem to be pretty clean. Does Atlas also have an airplane car wash? Well, I suspect KLM has one, but apparently Atlas also has one, or the airport in Almaty. QJ says, no, not already stopping. I was hoping you would do the XA-ADL from Aeromexico around 6:30. Yeah, another time, bro, another time. No, I am going to wrap up. Got stuff to do later, including the pancake boat with Lisa tonight, so yummy yummy in my tummy later on. Just one quick sandwich when getting home, and then I'm going to starve myself, make sure that I can eat as many pancakes as I can in those 75 minutes. Beard meat food set the record to 21. Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to get close to that, but I'm going to try if it's one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. A massive big thank you to all the ground crew who came up here and came to keep me company here. It was very gezellig, as we say in Dutch. Thank you all so much for coming. A massive big thank you to you at home for joining us here today as well. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you want to help us for free reach a wider audience of like-minded people. A massive big thank you for all the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, becoming a member yourself, PayPal donations and merch store purchases. You guys are what makes this channel so great. Thank you all so much. A massive big thank you lastly to all the moderators who kept the stream friendly and accessible to all once again. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Don't know yet what time and where I will be going to, but as soon as I know, I'll announce the stream and I hope to see you there. I'm going to say bye for now. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon. Bye.